All right, so you're all in for a special treat. Before we get the meeting officially started, there's two new members who've been appointed to the committee that need to be sworn in so they can be official.
That's right.
And counted towards our quorum. So we'll do the oath right here.
I have Mr. Bustos and Ms. Annie Taylor. You need me? No. Me too. Did you do like a notary? Me too. Okay, good. Oh, I should listen to it.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations. You're official. One more. I state your name.
I, Miguel Bustos,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United
the
States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United
to
States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties of the office.
Congratulations. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Fresno, California, and the campus of California State University, Fresno. My name is Alex Padilla. I have the honor and privilege of serving as your California Secretary of State, as well as Chair of the California Complete Count Committee. We are a couple members shy of a quorum, but we fully expect them to arrive. It sounds like the last meeting we had, right? But we swear they're on their way. A little fog has delayed folks. But in the interest of time, I think we can go ahead and begin hearing some of the matters on today's agenda, but we cannot take any formal action or formal votes until we do achieve a quorum. So we'll have our team be on the lookout for the additional committee members, notify us when they arrive, and we'll take the appropriate actions at the appropriate time. But in the meantime, I do want to offer some brief opening remarks before we get to the matters on the agenda. I believe you all have the packets in front of you. Members of the public should have access to the agenda as well. And I will say one quick beat of housekeeping. Not only is this being taped and streamed, but the microphones we have before us are on at all times. So just please be aware of that. If there's need for any sidebar conversations, be aware that the mics are on. So maybe step away from the dais if necessary. I'm going to take a minute to thank the university leadership here at Fresno State, especially President Joe Castro for the tremendous hospitality that they've shown in preparation for today's meeting, making the campus available, helping us deal with all the logistics of parking and AV and all that's necessary for holding a meeting like this. Want to make special recognition for Larry Salinas and Mary Jeans for their assistance with Lizette and Adam and everybody on my staff, as well as the Complete Count Committee staff, to pull today's meeting together. Folks, and this is for everybody, not just the members of the committee, we're about 4 months away from the first communications from the U.S. Census Bureau going out to households across America and across the state of California. So time is moving fast. The census is approaching quickly. We know how critical the census is. Every time we meet, we remind ourselves that it is California's level of participation in the census that will determine our fair share of federal funding for the next 10 years. Funding for transportation, for infrastructure, for safety, for housing, for health, and more. It's California's level of participation that will determine our representation in Congress for the next 10 years. It's California's level of representation in the California's participation in the census that will determine the data by which officials will redraw political districts and boundaries for federal, state, and local offices. And so there's so many reasons why census data is important, so many reasons why it's important for Californians to participate in the census. The California Complete Count Committee staff has been hard at work for more than a year in building out the organization, putting some initial plans together, identifying not just lead CBOs in each county and every region throughout the state, but working with them to put coalitions of community organizations together in every county and every region throughout the state, identifying and engaging non-governmental partners, including employers, labor unions, philanthropy, and more. All this is coming to a head in a good way now, as they'll be the first to say we are entering what they refer to as the activate stage of the Complete Count Committee work. Planning is one thing, strategizing is another thing, but activating these networks, activating local leaders, and really seeing plans come to fruition and the level of activity we'll need to reach out to inform and assist as many Californians as possible in that mid-March, late March, April, May, June timeframe is so critical. So if you can't tell, I'm excited. The March primary will be here before I know it, March 3rd, and soon thereafter we focus exclusively and intensely on outreach and assistance for census participation. And so that's what brings us together here today. So let's get started. The first item on the agenda, we've already sworn in our new members, is a call to order. Are we not quite there yet? One more. We have one more to do that. But let's start regardless with a pledge of allegiance. If you will, may I ask you to please rise, and let me ask committee member Jesus Martinez to lead us in the pledge of allegiance.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And also, we have a special guest in the audience with us, a member of the Assembly, Assemblymember Arambula. Would you like to offer some brief opening remarks? Just a quick hello, a thank you, a stay warm, and this fog is nothing, right? So next on the agenda are approval of meeting minutes from prior meetings. Again, we can't take action on those until we achieve a quorum, so we'll come back to those items. Let's proceed then with agenda item number 2, State Census Office updates. We recognize Sarah Soplo-Taylor to provide an update, and we'll hold our questions until she's done with her presentation.
Well, good morning, Chairman Padilla and members of the committee. I'm Sarah Soto-Taylor. I'm the Deputy Secretary at Government Operations Agency, helping the Census Office and all of their endeavors. And as Secretary Padilla mentioned, with less than 4 months to the start of the U.S. Census Bureau enumeration, the state's census team is hard at work to ensure we are operationally ready for our activation phase of the campaign. Today, my update, we will walk through the highlights of some of the successes over the past few months of our census team, and also foreshadowing some of the milestones to come that would be of great interest to the committee. And first, we also want to thank the leadership of Secretary of State Padilla and all of you for all of your ongoing commitment and advice that you've been providing us over the last few months. Throughout the day, we will continue the conversation about some of those operational readiness activities, and also how we hope to engage all of you in promoting our census campaign work as we work through towards the motivation phase of the campaign. At the end of October, the census team submitted their quarterly legislative report, and that outlines all of the activities that we had accomplished during the last quarter. It was previously provided to you via email, and it's also available on our census.ca.gov website. But I did want to call to your attention 2 items in particular. The last committee meeting, we had a number of questions about where are we with the payment structures of all of our contracted partners. To address that and to provide you a little bit more information, Exhibit C and D of the report outlines contract amounts of our partners, year-to-date payments, percentage of year-to-date payments, as well as deliverable statuses. And you'll also hear later on today from our Deputy Director of Outreach, Amelia Vaca, more of an update on the implementation plans and where we are with those. Also like to point your attention to Exhibit E, which was snapshots of our regions. It included partners, list of partners, funding allocation, and population statistics, including leading hardest to count causes. And we've included a packet of those snapshots in your folders today. We think that they're really good information for you to share, also information for you to have at your disposal as you're doing some of your committee work. So some of the successes since our last meeting, we've been able to accomplish a number of our milestones. We now have dedicated additional funding for our Native American and tribal communities. All of the 111 federally recognized tribes have access to additional funding opportunities with a minimum of $5,000 per tribe, regardless of the size of their population. We also have a dedicated Native American media vendor. So NUNA was awarded a contract for a little over $680,000, and the work that they're going to be doing is very specific to the Native American community, and it will complement the work that Mercury is doing. We also have a number of new partners that we are very glad that are participating in the census and continuing the work for us. Engaging with all communities of all faiths is PICO of California. Leveraging their clinic infrastructure to reach the hardest to count communities is the California Primary Care Association. Working with their own membership to help promote the census is the California Labor Federation. And coordinating with small businesses to share information about the census and the importance of the census is the Council for a Strong America that will reaching the business community. The Council on American Islamic Relations is helping to further the census outreach efforts in the Middle East and North African communities. And Disability Rights Education and Defense Fund, along with the California Foundation for Independent Living Centers, will be working diligently with our communities, people with disabilities, and also our older adult communities. And then amplifying the census through the good work that they're doing at the First Five Association, these outreach efforts will be reaching families with children up to age 5. We're also pleased to announce and promote that we have a Count Me In curriculum. This was a curriculum that was developed by educators alongside of our census team, and it is focused on a curriculum for 5th, 8th, 11th, and 12th graders, really expanding on what is the census, how it's important, and working through civic engagement projects. The hope here is that our young students and young adults will really have a good understanding of the importance of the census and be able to go home and be those champions in the household to their family members and friends. We have ongoing trainings with our educators. We will also be having a training online for the educators, specifically focusing on how they can implement that curriculum. And so far, we've trained over 750 educators. We have also committed additional investment to the county offices of education, specifically the Title I and 3 schools. Our team is fully engaged in promoting all of the good work through Census. As a matter of fact, our education sector manager is down in Los Angeles today, which is why she couldn't be here today, really doing a kickoff with LA Unified and being able to help them sort of strategize and organize the work that they're doing around census outreach in the schools. We are also phasing in a higher education outreach strategy. So the framework that we're taking here is really looking at where our hardest to count communities and populations live and the institutions that serve them. Towards that end, we first moved towards a partnership with the community colleges. We have an investment there of a little over $1 million. And then the next partnership that we hope to finalize relatively soon is a partnership with the state university system as well as the UC system. We are also working with the Association of Independent California Colleges and Universities to help promote the census. And then another highlight to mention, and you'll be hearing a lot more of this later on in the afternoon from our Deputy Director of External Affairs and Media Relations, but it is the Mercury Public Affairs campaign, which is focused on covering all of our 10 census regions with a focus, again, on reaching those hardest to count communities and those hardest to count census tracts. I do want to bring 2 areas of attention today related to this, the media piece, which is the launch of our website. So that was a big lift for us. Information is now available in 13 languages, and the content that's on those websites were derived from United States Census Bureau and Census Office frequently asked questions. So we went back and gathered over the last 6 months or so, and also responses to surveys that asked our hardest to count residents questions about what information do they need to make them feel safe and encourage them to participate in the census. So that was really the focus of the content that you'll see on that website. The second area that I wanted to bring to your attention is the partner portal. It's a password-protected area within the website, and it's a space to download materials produced by the campaign, and also a place for our contracted partners to upload and share some of the collateral materials that they're developing in the field. To date, we have over 400 active users, and we're in the process right now of reviewing dozens of collateral materials that have been submitted to us that have been developed by the local partners, and we hope to be able to share those relatively soon. So the next major milestones. As we all know, we had over the spring and the summer, we had a number of implementation plan workshops. Many of you attended those. Those were really designed to build collaboration. I think what a common theme that came out of those workshops was really the increased need for communication among all of the partners that were interested in promoting the census, as well as building those partnerships. So I think in many ways we were successful in connecting individuals to each other at the local community, so that when they developed their strategic plans, which all have been submitted and delivered, there was an indication that, yes, the community is coming together. They're working in partnership to develop those strategies. So from those strategic plans comes the next major deliverable for our partners, which is our implementation plans. Those implementation plans detail the level of activities that are going to be provided by the partners in the community. So those are the events, those are the public speaking engagements, that's the canvassing, the phone banking, etc. So we're very pleased at the level of detail that's come in through those implementation plans. You'll hear a little bit more later on about the status of those from our outreach deputy director. But from there, those implementation plans, we start to notice trends. So we also have additional dollars to invest in our communities. And our guiding principles around how we will invest in the communities revolve around the following principles. First, through the implementation plans, we'll be able to see which census tracts, the highest, hardest to count census tracts, are being covered and which are not. We want to be able to invest in all of those hardest to count census tracts. Also, we'll be able to see through the implementation plans and the responses, language access. I think there's a really good trend from what we're seeing that all our contracted partners are meeting the language access requirements, but there may be opportunities to further enhance those language access key points in their outreach efforts. Also, another guiding principle is to look to see where there's really good work being done, where we can bolster efforts. So if we can invest a little bit more money, our return on investment can double, for example. Let's look to see where there's those opportunities with these additional funding opportunities. We've also seen a trend, and we're well aware of and we're addressing right now, that there is a high need for printing of collateral materials. So we want to be able to support our outreach contractors with the tools they need to be successful in the field. And so we'll be looking to see how we can supplement their contract in the area of printing of the collateral material. And then the last guiding principle is that we want to keep in mind as we start to make decisions on additional investments is a contingency fund. So we know that all the planning in the world, we think we know what we're doing, but there may be, and there probably will be, some surprise that comes up in the communities. So we want to be prepared where if we need to quickly pivot and we quickly need to send resources into certain census tracts that are performing below response rates, that we'll be able to have those resources available. So those are the guiding principles for the next few weeks that will start to really guide the way we further invest dollars with our contracted partners. We also are looking forward to more enhanced regular communication with our partners. Since the last time we've met, we've really instituted more regular communications every 2 weeks, possibly every week if we need to, any special kind of webinars or calls to make sure that our partners have the information, they have the guidance and advice they need from the Census office as they move forward in that activation phase. So, for example, in the next coming weeks, our outreach team will have calls scheduled to discuss any questionnaire assistance center guidance that may be needed. Again, the printing scenario, how that's going to work, the process will be fully detailed, as well as any additional questions that the contractors may have regarding how to spend their dollars, for example, on promotional items. So, with that, in closing, the Census team over the next couple of months will be focusing our partner activities and resources on our hardest to count census tracts. And we thank you for your attention today, and we look forward to hearing your insights on how we can continue to collaborate as we move forward towards the census campaign. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Great. Thank you very, very much. Let me start with teeing up the first question, and that is recognize and respect all the work that was done in sort of an earlier phase of the strategic plans that were required, and there was a whole process of submitting and reviewing and modifying before approval, how they were tied to payments. We won't rehash that. Now, as you mentioned, it's not just strategic plans, it's implementation plans as you're gearing to the activate phase and the activity of March, April, May, June, et cetera, of next year. In the process of all that, in attending some of the workshops, I know some of the other committee members attended some of the workshops throughout the state, and even prior meetings of the committee as a whole, we kept hearing more on than off about the desire for more frequent and improved communication between our partners, not just the ACBOs, but CBOs, other stakeholders, even though they may not be formal contractors. Some of the tools weren't in place, like the website, things like that. So I'm encouraged to hear your enhanced regular communication item on this last slide. Can you just talk a little bit more about that? What other mechanisms of communication are there, platforms? Talk about the frequency and the substance, just because I think that could go a long way in addressing a lot of people's questions and concerns.
Yeah, absolutely. So regular communication via calls and webinars. We also just recently sent out our first newsletter. So that went out before Thanksgiving, and that newsletter was another way to communicate important information. And on there, we actually highlighted some of the work that one of our contracted partners is doing in the field. So it's a way to not just share information, because we understand that there's a need for guidance, but also to highlight best practices. So throughout our communications, whether it's a webinar, a call, the newsletter, we really want to be able to bring people together and, yes, provide advice and guidance on any questions related to operations, but really to share best practices and what are you doing in the community that's really working, or what should we kind of shy away from because that level of effort just isn't there, right? So we really do need to think through, how we're doing our work also, and so that's also a point of one of the topics that we want to start to focus on and shift away from not just telling people how to do something, but let's share how we're doing things in the community.
And the newsletter that went out, that was utilizing constant contact. I think that was one of the tools that we signed up. Yeah, so
and if anyone wants to be on the
in that particular detail, but a newsletter is one. I've heard you mention webinars.
The calls.
I assume they're both individual calls and sort of conference calls or group calls.
Yeah, they're definitely group calls, but I also I would be remiss in not mentioning that our regional program managers who are out in the field have regular one-on-one communications with our partners. So they're the ones that are attending the Complete Count Committee meetings. They're the ones that are having, the Wednesday afternoon calls with our partners or meeting with them frequently. So while at the Census office we're doing the larger communication, our regional program managers are in the field daily talking to our partners as things come up.
And the website and the portal itself, in addition to being able to share content, materials, brochures, flyers, et cetera, is that also another mechanism for communication, one way or two way?
So I'm not, the platform itself is really not designed currently to do that. It's really a space to have content. Not to say that we can't look at that as another vehicle, but we do have our emails, we have our calls, we have our webinars as the main mode of communication, and then our regional program managers on the field. But we are updating, not the public-facing website, but our .gov website does continue to be updated regularly with reports, with other information also that the partners can also access at any time.
Okay. And then the other sort of very specific question, but I'm raising it early because I hear it a lot, is as we're going to the activate phase, it's great to have the ability to share concepts or materials, like I said, brochures, flyers, et cetera, digitally. But to the extent that a lot of our partners at the community level are in need of printed materials, how's that going to work?
Yeah, no, I can address that, absolutely. So we anticipate having what we're calling sort of like a welcome packet of printed materials coming out very soon. And that'll be just the basic information, a poster, flyers in the various languages. Keep in mind that we are still going through message testing. So the materials themselves will change as we move closer to Census Day. So right now it's still a little bit like, hey, the census is coming. We will probably, I know we will be changing that message as we get closer to Census Day. So we don't want to print a whole lot of materials that may not be as relevant right now. So we will be sending out a welcome packet that will have the basic information, some flyers and some posters to be distributed in the next couple of weeks. But then from there on, we do anticipate changing the message on those collateral materials, printing them, and then sending out a small supply. I don't want to steal the thunder of our marketing folks, but I can foreshadow that yes, we will have options for our partners to be able to print materials on their own that could be customizable, because we know that while we are producing something, they may want to also co-brand with their local logo. So there'll be options for our partners. But to answer your question directly, there will be very soon a welcome packet that will have the printed materials in a limited supply, again, because we don't want to overprint, because we know that we're going to be changing the materials in the near future based on message testing.
I understand in the course of the day, that's one of the takeaways people are eager for. And what's the time frame and the mechanisms for printing and or delivery, yes, the general statewide versus the customizable local side, because we're at that activate phase.
We are. It's super important, and our Martha Dominguez will be going over the timeline of that in her presentation.
Great. Other members of the committee?
Hi, this is Sewing. Thank you for that report. That was a whole lot of stuff in a very short period of time. So good to see the new contracted partners. Exciting to see the faith communities, the Muslim communities, including people with disabilities. Do you know if there are still hard account communities that haven't been accounted for? And if so, what is the plan to, because we are in the activation phase now, what's the plan to fold maybe those communities in? So I have several other questions, but I'll pause there first.
Thank you. Yeah, so we are in active discussions right now with a couple of organizations, one in particular that we want to help facilitate a statewide strategy around the homeless. So difficult population to work with, very localized work is happening, so we are looking to see how we can leverage Well, one is the United States Census Bureau is doing really good trainings around how they're going to be enumerating the homeless. So we have been partnering with U.S. Census Bureau and conducting workshops that have been coordinated through our regional program managers to inform our partners about how the enumeration in the homeless population is going to be happening. So we're looking for we are engaged in conversations with an organization that can help facilitate that, the training and the retraining and getting the word out to our partners, as well as doing other work to help us at the statewide level just coordinate efforts around homeless. So that's one area. We are also actively working and hoping to secure a partnership in the veteran community. So working with folks there to talk about what does that look like. There's a number of organizations throughout California that support veterans in a number of different ways, but no real anchor organization that we've been able to identify, but we're very close to a partnership that will help us sort of bring all of those organizations and leveraging all the good work that's being done in the veteran community together to get more of a statewide strategy. So those are two areas that I'd like to highlight as yes, we're still working on it and hope to get there very, very soon.
All right,
Yes.
thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then on a separate topic and following Mr. Padilla, in the website and the materials, are there considerations and thoughts to ensure that the website's accessible? And then in terms of materials, ensuring that we collect and gather also Word documents that are screen reader accessible?
Yes.
Just in the broad scheme of the work that we do?
Absolutely. We do have requirements, and our website is ADA compliant. It's a state compliance issue, and also the materials themselves will be made compliant for folks to be able to download and to view them and be accessible to those individuals. Yes.
If I may, there are PDF documents that are screen reader readable, but it may not be the most usable for folks with disabilities sometimes. So if it's at all possible, anytime we gather materials, if they're in PDF, because I think they would have to create it in Word in order for them to convert it to PDF, if you could also gather the Word documents, so that will help us and the disability communities get the word out, or be accessible for folks who are blind.
Well, thank you. We'll take that into consideration. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. So I want to make sure that I understood what you were saying. On page 27, is this the implementation plan / payments that have already been allocated? Like distribution?
Page 27 of what
So
document?
page 27 of our, I guess, of all the slides,
The main
Okay.
slide.
the main slides. I wasn't sure if this is where you were talking about the partners, how much the partners have already been allocated in terms of their funding. So I'm just trying to see if they've been allocated.
No,
80
so this is only referring to the implementation plan status.
Okay.
So the legislative report, Exhibits C and D, which we emailed earlier, and it's also located on our website, has the complete deliverable status and all of the payments that have been made. On page 27, that slide is specifically to the implementation plan status and that deliverable.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So do you know offhand, because I don't have it actually handy, how much has actually been allocated? I mean, I've heard that there's somewhere between, I don't know if it's 80% or 70% that's been allocated to the counties and CBOs. Like, is the money going out? And how do we know that, is there a mechanism of us tracking with so much of it going out on the front end? Is there a way for us to track that they're actually doing the things that they said that they were doing?
So on that latter part, there's quarterly reports that are also required. So the quarterly reports that get sent to our office outline all of the activities that have been completed over the last quarter. So that is reviewed by our office and our regional program managers and double checking, what they said that they were going to do in their strategic plans and their implementation plans. Is that reflective in the quarterly report? And so it's doing that cross check. Also, when invoices come in as part of the deliverables. That's also an opportunity for our office to see, how our partners are spending their dollars. And does that spend tie to what was said in the strategic plans and in the implementation plans? So the partners are all in different phases in terms of when they submit their deliverable. They have to submit a deliverable, it gets approved, and then at that point in time, they can send us an invoice. So sometimes there's some partners that, send us their deliverable, and the invoice doesn't come until later. So it's hard to say that we've paid everyone, a certain amount, because they're in various different stages of that process. But I can tell you that all deliverables prior to the implementation plan have been submitted. So that would have been the quarterly report, the strategic plan. And so those have all been invoiced and paid for to the extent that the invoice was there and we were able to pay for it. The implementation plan is the next big deliverable, and that is what this slide refers to in your packet. I'd have to go and pull the ledger report to kind of give you the percentages on how much have been, but I have that information, so I'm happy to chat with you at the break also to kind of show you that chart.
And then our other contractors, just in general, I know that there were other conversations about, I think, just the idea of the payment. So knowing that these payments are going out, but many times our CBOs are not following that process. So they may be going to the county or the ACBO. I'm not saying that they're doing this. I'm just saying that sometimes that happens where monies have been released. Those smaller organizations don't know, and they're struggling trying to do the work, but they're not getting, they don't know that there's resources that are already available to them. So is there anything, have you been hearing that at all, that, in terms of our contractors or whoever it is are not being paid in a timely fashion?
You're referring to the subcontract arrangements that are happening between the ACBOs and the counties.
Or everything all together, I guess, technically.
Right. So it's the subcontractor arrangement, I think, that you're referring to. So we have not heard that specific issue. I know that all of our contracted partners, they have their own contractual arrangements related to their subcontractors, and they all have their own time frames, right, in which they are paying. The deliverable, that's something between the contractor and the subcontractor. We are in a position to help facilitate those conversations, though. So if we ever do find that there is an issue with one of our subcontractors, that there is that concern that the dollars are not being released to those smaller community-based organizations, we would want to know about that, because we are in a position to facilitate those conversations to see what we can do to sort of open those lines of communication and see if there's something that we can do in that arena. I know that some of our county partners, though, they're going through their own RFP process. So while they may have identified areas and census tracts that they want to do outreach in, they have decided that they wanted to have their own way of distributing those dollars. It could be, in some situations we've seen, that our partners are giving dollars individually to cities, for example, in the Inland Empire. So each city is going to get a certain dollar allotment. And so they have their own process in which they are asking for information back from the cities in order to grant those additional dollars. So it's not a one size all across the state that we're seeing. Each community is and through their own government infrastructure is deciding on how those dollars are being distributed. If that offers any insight. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, actually. My name is Miguel Bustos. This is my first meeting, and one is a comment and then a request. One of the things that I've been hearing from folks in different communities is a level of trust that people need to have with our partners and with sort of the government offices. How that really is important to try to get people to even respond. And so I think as you're going out talking to some of the partners, I think we need to stress that they need to have the trust of others. You have a list of organizations, I think those are awesome. But we have to set the tone that this is an important thing happening. And along with that is media. I know you're working with Mercury. I would highly encourage Mercury to really look at minority publications, minority outlets, because it's interesting. This is a time when, I think as a state, we need to look to our minority communities because they're growing so much. And we need to put some dollars into those communities because those minority, whether they be newspapers or radio stations or television shows, they have that trust that people are going to be looking for. And I think the second thing for me is that, we got one shot at this. We're going to have to live whatever we come up with for the next 10 years. And I would hate for bureaucracy to get in the way of creativity, which is what we really need at this time. And I know you guys have been working on that, but I think we need to stress the importance of making it easier for communities to begin to go out and talk to people. And it can't be business as usual, right? We have to show the urgency of what this time frame is about. Again, it's one shot for the next 10 years. I would just ask that if the staff could be creative and looking at ways of easing some of this, because sometimes when we put all the, you have the state, you have the county, and then the city, and all that takes up so much time. By the time a grant goes through, the census would have been done a year by now, right? So I think we need to be creative. I think this is an opportunity to show how California can do it best. And I just throw that out there. So whatever I can do, whenever you have, whether they're calls or community meetings, let me know. Hell, we got to do it. I think it's all hands on deck in this particular moment in time. So that we do it right. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that there will be a number of opportunities for all the committee members to help us and for you to be those champions and advocates in your community, again, to build the trust because you are those trusted messengers. And to your point about the media, the ethnic media. So part of the work that Mercury is doing, yes, they are planning the statewide media campaign, and you'll see those buys, but we are also having local workshops. And those local workshops are being facilitated through the Census office team, so our regional program managers, as well as our marketing team, the Mercury team, and then also the partners on the ground. And so they are looking at ways to, how do we support the larger, statewide buy, but also looking to see in a thoughtful way, where are the hardest to count audiences, right? And what is the medium that they digest their information in? Yes, it could be that local newspaper, it could be that local radio station. And so through those workshops, they're having conversations about further investments, and specifically in the local ethnic media markets.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the report and thank you for all your work. Can you give us an update on the questionnaire assistance centers and where we are on those and the locations that we're looking at across the state?
So questionnaire assistance centers, also questionnaire assistant kiosks is another option for our contracted partners. So we've been encouraging all of our partners to really identify locations within their communities where our population normally goes and they visit it. Whether that's a church, whether it's a community center, maybe even a local library. So those questionnaire assistance centers, they were identified in the implementation plans, not to say that you can't add more, and we encourage everyone to add more of these quacks in their communities because it is an important place for if individuals who maybe don't want to go online on their own, or they don't have access to a computer in their home, we want to provide those locations where it's a safe environment, where there'll be signage, there'll be someone there who can answer questions about the census, not complete the census for them because we're not enumerators, but for example, just having that laptop available, and here's the link specifically to U.S. Census Bureau because we don't want them going somewhere else. So there's guidance that the office is currently reviewing. We're in the final stages of getting the final approval on it to be able to provide guidance to our partners on how to set up a questionnaire assistance center, whether that's the cybersecurity piece, the signage piece of setting it up, the staffing, advice that we would give folks. So it's a pretty broad guidance document that we'll be issuing, I would say probably within the next week or so to our partners. But we're really relying on our partners to identify those locations in the communities where we know there's high traffic that people that feel safe going to. So hopefully that answers your question.
No, absolutely, and just a comment is that the written guidelines are so important for our community partners, and at least for us in the labor movement, as we have offices across the state. We've been anxiously waiting to get guidelines so that we can, figure out what office space can get loaned and opened up for the kiosk. So
yes.
the more the merrier as we're doing this, so the quicker we can get out the written
Absolutely.
guidelines, the better.
Yes, and to the point of our member earlier, reducing administrative burdens, right? So guidance, we kind of have to make sure that we have some common sense too on where we're placing the questionnaire assistance centers, but we're always here to help support and answer any questions around where they can be located and just some of the infrastructure around it. We're happy also to, when the guidance goes out, if there are any questions or any obstacles or barriers, to work with our partners to see where there's room for compromise.
And Sarah, as a piggyback off of Alma's, I'm assuming there's going to be plans of some sort of documentations where all the QACs and QAKs are going to be located across the state that anyone can access easily to identify, and whether it be identified for, this would be a place where a person who's deaf or a person who's blind or accessibility factors. Are there conversations and thoughts around that and how it may look so that we can all easily access where the closest or the nearest or the most appropriate quacks and CACs are?
So we do have some ADA compliance guidelines that we want to make sure everyone is well aware of. To your point of publicizing, I think that's an area of further conversation because we have also had some of our partners raise concerns about making this too public because of possibly, folks that maybe are not as supportive of the work that we're doing, targeting those areas. So I think it's a balancing act, and we need to work with our partners to make sure that, yes, we have information out there for the public, but how do we place it and where do we place it? So I think that's an area where we would look also for advice and guidance from the committee on.
So let me offer some right now.
Okay.
I think it's a good idea to have at a minimum a directory, if not maps, actual maps, but the basic information, and maybe county by county that's coming together, but on the statewide portal if it's truly a resource for the general public, then we should have, links to each county or the statewide listing or directory somehow. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate the balancing concern that you have, but if we're genuine and sincere about this mission, and assisting as many Californians as possible, we need to err on the side of sharing more information, including publicizing where people can go to get help, because there's a lot more people that will benefit from that than the folks that don't like what we're working on. But if they want to disrupt, they're going to find ways to disrupt. We're seeing it on social media already. Let's not limit ourselves in how we can help more people by that fear. That's my sense.
Thank you. Thank you for that guidance. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Frankie Guzman. And so just kind of picking up on this conversation, just accepting that there are people who maybe aren't as supportive of a complete count, similar to voter suppression. Are there any efforts that we're aware of that we should be aware of, that are aimed at subverting or otherwise undermining this census count, whether it be, because I can imagine, you made a comment earlier about making sure that folks get to the right website. Are there fake websites? My mind easily goes to, immigration officials possibly seizing on this opportunity where we're trying to build trust for people to engage and maybe seize on this opportunity to do what they do at a time when we're trying to get people to, in a way, drop their guard to engage the census efforts.
So you'll hear later on this afternoon an overview of the framework of our misinformation, disinformation, and opposition strategy. That will be shared with you this afternoon, and I think that that'll be a good time for you to sort of raise any additional questions that you may have in that area. We want to be able to lay that out and get your advice and guidance on what we're doing.
In addition to that, so I was going to call out that agenda item specifically as well, because we've talked about in previous meetings, that's a concern for all of us, number one. Number two, when we hear from the Census Bureau representatives directly, we'll have an opportunity to ask some of those questions too about security, privacy of data, messaging, et cetera. Also on the agenda is a Census Bill of Rights that we'll discuss how that can be an effective tool in reassuring people about their participation in the census, similar to a Voters' Bill of Rights in the state of California that has gone a long way on the election side. The Census Bill of Rights is actually a product of legislation that was passed this year and signed by the governor. So we'll talk about that this afternoon.
Thank you. I'm also very happy to learn that you have a new set of contracted partners at the state level to work with specific communities. I think that's something that we all recognize as being a very important step in the right direction. And related to that, the question that I have is simply if these and other state contractor organizations, if somewhere in their contract it's also required that they share the materials that they're producing, because for example, when working with homeless communities here in the Central Valley, perhaps we can utilize some of those resources that are being generated by this state contractor. So is there a way in which those materials, resources, whatever is being created, can be shared statewide as part of the contract? If you could clarify that, please.
Yes, absolutely. So to the extent that the partners are developing materials using the census outreach dollars that we're providing, we are planning on sharing those materials, again, through the partner portal that I mentioned earlier, the protected partner portal where people can go in and download information. So we've seen quite a bit of those materials that our partners are producing, and they're very high quality, and we're very pleased with the information that's on there. And so we anticipate being able to have much of that collateral that we've collected thus far available relatively soon, maybe within the next week or so, on that partner portal. And we'd be happy in the future to share those with the committee members as well as we start to see the rollout of those local collateral materials, if you'd like. Thank you.
Other questions, comments on this item? If not, we can hear from members of the public who may have something to offer, although there's no formal action required by the committee at this time. Yeah. You can remain standing, sir.
Okay.
Introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. As was said before, my name is Nick Hill. I'm the president and CEO of the Kern County Black Chamber of Commerce. We are still fighting for inclusion. And the reason why I bring that point up is I wasn't even invited to this meeting today. But we are the administrator for the African American Network, 8 pastors, African American pastors in Kern County. All of us or none of us, the Asian community and the African community. And we struggle to get all of the necessary information that we need to get to make sure that we can have a complete count specifically for the African American neighborhood. We have a lack of funding. We have submitted an invoice on May 15th. We resubmitted an invoice in June of 2019 as well. We get no answers, so we don't know anything. We're kept out of the loop of many things. We also had a press conference in Kern County a month ago. And my question to everyone was, why was there not any African American participation in this press conference? So they wrote me in the day of the press conference, you know. So most of these things are equating to a gross undercount of the African American community in Kern County. We communicate with our county counterparts in order to get the information. We have a lack of materials as far as booklets, swag, and other materials that we need to effectively educate and motivate people in Kern County and make them aware that it is extremely important for them to be counted in this 2020 census.
If I may, sir, I appreciate your comments and glad you're here so we can rectify the situation. So in part, I'll answer you in part. You know, you heard from this presentation, materials aren't being mailed out statewide yet. We're on the verge of that. So now that you're here, I want to make sure that you're reconnected with the appropriate members, either from the county team or the state team. So Sarah, let's, if not you, somebody from the team, if we can connect with this gentleman and figure out what's going on.
Okay.
All right, but thank you for being here.
All right, thank you.
All right. Other speakers on this item? And a reminder that if to address the committee under public comment, we need you to fill out those speaker cards in the back. So
I will do that. I wasn't told. My name is Vidal Medina. I'm with Resources for Independent Central Valley. We're part of the California Federation for Independent Living Centers. We have a center here in Fresno that has the encatchment area of Merced, Madera, Fresno, Kings, and Tulare counties, so we cover a big area. The other thing that we do is we have a support system with system change advocates throughout the 28 ILCs in California. So all of this is to let the members know that as far as the hard to count disabled and elderly, we have a system in place from our organizations, from independent living centers. And we are getting all the help we need, we believe, from the county, who we have gotten a grant from. They've gotten support, we've gotten support from them, and they've gotten support from us. So I just wanted to say thank you for all you're doing.
appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay. Come on down. Sure. Feel free to line up at the podium if that's more convenient or efficient.
I apologize, they were out of cards. They were grabbing those. So good morning, all chairman and committee. My name is Kendra Devejian, and I am with the First Five Association. So I just wanted to thank you. We are really excited about being able to formally partner now with the state on making sure that all of our kids 0 to 5 are counted throughout our state. We are formally partnering with the Head Start Association and the WIC Association as well. So we actually do have materials that we've already developed. They are available to all of our partners statewide. We have them in multiple languages that are being developed. So we really would love to partner with anybody and everybody. As we say, our population is one of the only populations that crosses just about every other sector. So we are really grateful to Marcy Kaplan, who's been our contact there with the state's team. She's been beyond incredible and patient and resourceful as we've been trying to really maximize and leverage all of the different opportunities. So thank you, and we're hopeful that we will be able to partner with all of the other state leads as well to make sure all of our little ones are counted.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Chair Padilla. My name is Casey Farmer. I'm the Executive Director of the Alameda County Complete Count Committee. And I wanted to ask a few questions in regards to, first, the helpline. Where will Californians go when they need assistance? I understand that there's a chat box on the website, but what will be the phone number and in what languages will that be available? We are waiting on that at the local level so that we can add that to our materials. So we continue to wait for guidance from the state on that. Also, in terms of the guidance, we need QUAC guidance. We need to know all of our partners. I think the question was raised earlier about where the locations will be. We have dozens of community organizations, nearly every single one of Alameda County's libraries. They are ready to open them. Clearly, they don't need to do so until about March 12th. But we need guidance. We're going to need some time to set up the software, to create the folders, to really set up all that technology, and we're waiting on the state to provide us that specific guidance. And that also helps us build trust from the public that we're taking cybersecurity very seriously, in addition to what the Census Bureau is doing. So we need guidance on QUACs and the helpline. I also believe that, I know there's a number of sectors that the state is trying to find partners for on the ground to be able to do the work. I would just remind everyone that these contracts have taken a significant amount of time. I too, when I need to contract out to partners at the county level, the contracting slows us down. So just knowing that we have less than 4 months to get going, we need to find these partners and we need to expedite. And I understand homelessness is one of our gravest challenges in Alameda County, with nearly 8,022 at least individuals that we need to locate and support in census taking. But it's complicated to find which is the right partner to do the work on the ground, but I would say we just need to get that going because these partners specifically have so many other needs to meet. They're opening winter shelters, they're dealing with real crises on the ground, and in order to get some work done on the census, we need to make it streamlined for them, and we need to make the contracting really simple as well, or else we won't be able to find the partners to expend the dollars to get the work done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. No further public comments, and there'll be other opportunities for the members of the public to address the committee as you see specific agenda items throughout the course of the day. But in the interest of time, we're a little bit behind schedule, surprise, surprise. Let's keep moving forward. Okay. Next agenda item was an item that carried over from the previous meeting, a SWORD update. Is Jim ready to go? Here he comes.
Good morning, Secretary Padilla and committee members. I'm Jim Miller. I'm the Data and Mapping Manager here at California Complete Count, and I wanted to give you an overview of the SWORD mapping portal and talk about the things we're working on and leave plenty of time for questions. So what is SWORD? This arose as one of the lessons of the 2010 census outreach, and there was a recognition of a real need for a one-stop shop for visualizations of census data and data that state partners could work with. It's also a place that can take in partners' plans and both planned activities as well as data on completed outreach activities. And as we move into the activate, more and more into the activate phase in mid-March, we will be getting U.S. Census Bureau response rate data at the census tract level, and we'll be able to visualize that close to real time and potentially redeploy resources. And with the huge commitment that the legislature and the governor have put into this effort, SWORD is part of the accountability and transparency framework, and we currently have more than 500 accounts in SWORD. And I should make it clear that SWORD requires a login. It's not open to the public, but all of our ACBOs and local government partners and other stakeholders are in SWORD. The foundational layer within SWORD is our hard-to-count map. or hard to count index, it's based on the California Hard to Count Index. And this is a metric that reflects 14 different characteristics that each on their own would correlate with an area being hard to count, such as the percentage of renters or limited English households or not having a broadband subscription. And each census tract has a index that the higher the index, the more likely it will be difficult to count in 2020. And there are almost 8,050 non-water census tracts in California. This next chart gets at, to help illustrate the Census 2020 approach of making data-informed decisions and combining that with real people on the ground. I mean, the hard to count index tells us where areas likely will be among the hardest to count in California. The WHO are the populations and demographic groups that traditionally have been hard to count. And then the how is, is the on-the-ground knowledge from trusted messengers and such outreach activities as questionnaire assistance centers to reach those populations. And this is, kind of shows where we've been and where we are and where we're going. And they all kind of, blend together a little bit. I mean, and explaining kind of the data-driven approach here. But we've provided a lot of data and maps and real easy-to-use tools within SOAR to learn about an area's hardest to count places. And then as we are getting the implementation plans in and getting those brought into SOAR, we'll be able to visualize where groups plan activities and identify potential gaps. And then during the activate phase, as Secretary Padilla said, the first mailings go out in mid-March. We'll be getting the federal response rate data and really can drill in and flag census tracts that seem to be well behind where we would hope they'd be. This is a screenshot of some of the ready-made maps that we have in SOAR. We have, and these are essentially like a Google map. You can click on them, pan around, click on a census tract or block group, and without any data or mapping experience, learn about your area. We have ready-made maps focused on language access, veterans, disabled, the disabled community. We recently put up a map focused on the contact strategies that the Census Bureau will be using in the self-response areas, whether an area will be getting the internet first bilingual mailing, or whether they'll be getting internet choice English, for example, or if it's an area of the state that will be update leave. And in addition, there in the lower right is Map Creator, and this is our tool, our custom-made tool that allows partners to make their own maps, to bring in their own data and combine it with some of the layers that we've made. And it's a lot easier to use than some of the other online mapping tools available. And it also includes our Outreach Planner tool, where you can, where a user can click and drag if a spot for a QAC, or draw a square on where they plan to do canvassing or phone banking. We've also, we're continually communicating with partners, and sometimes making layers for partners and making that available in their accounts. This is a couple examples that Sewing gave us a list of centers that worked with people, with people who have disabilities, and we've mapped those out in SWORD, and that's available as a layer with information about each point. In addition, we were here in Fresno a few months ago doing a IPW, and we had this map up on the screen during discussions between we had tables around the room and showing the census tracts that were in the preliminary coverage plans of the ACBO, as well as the local governments, Fresno County and the other local governments in Region 6, and to help facilitate the conversation about gaps and who and options for covering those gaps. We are, the SWORD user community is very broad in terms of background in working with maps or census data or spreadsheets, and we really we're trying to do all we can to help them and get feedback. We do webinars, we have emails, we also have started, or it's been for a few months now, doing office hours where partners can file a ticket on our help desk, and we'll spend time on the phone with them to help get them going. Usually it's that initial, just getting getting familiar with SWORD and how it can help them. We've also been able to work a little more closely with some organizations around the state, the California Community Foundation, the San Bernardino County Office of Education, Head Start. In terms of they had maybe more specific use case scenarios, and we've been able to help them out. And we're also learning a lot from these conversations too about how to make SWORD the most user-friendly. We've also, based on some of the feedback from the IPWs and our goal to meet users where they are, some partners just feel most comfortable with a piece of paper in their hands. And so we've made fact sheets for different levels of geography in California that offer a subset of SWORD data, population, demographic, hard-to-count characteristics. And we have these at the city and the county, all the way down to the census tract level. And that these we've been contacted by some partners who plan to use these to augment some of their SWORD planning efforts. We have several options for getting completed outreach data from our partners. The first is the SMS text reporting. If a partner is having an event, they can text a number and it auto-populates a form in SWORD, and it doesn't completely fill it out, but it gets it started, and they can go, next time they're in front of a computer, they can go in and complete it. We also have an Excel template where partners can type in the events, and it's uploaded in bulk into SWORD and visualized. In addition, the state is providing PDI for Census, a census-focused app that is based upon the PDI campaign app that many of our partners are familiar with. And it's a simple tool that gives partners a place to start, and this is a screenshot of the app, and it can be used for canvassing, it can be used for phone banking, and it also has a household lookup capability, so that if a partner is working at a booth at an event or out in the community and they meet someone and want to do the survey, they can look up that person's address and complete the survey right there. And we've had training around the state, and Andrew from PDI has been going on, has had a number of partner trainings, and we keep getting feedback and trying to make it the most useful tool that it can be. We also, I think somebody earlier mentioned the chatbot. We have that on SWORD. It's also available on census.ca.gov and the partner portal, but it keeps getting smarter. My colleague Ben Rogers has really been working on this. He recently gave it the capability that someone can type in an address and get back the census tract ID number, which it's sometimes not the easiest. It's sometimes hard to find out what census tract you're in. The chatbot makes it very simple, and it keeps getting better. And so we're always looking for feedback on that. That concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Let me start with, I know you mentioned this was agendized for the last meeting, and time got the better of us, so we're here today. There's probably been further progress made, so maybe it was a better thing that it ended up being today, not last time. So PDI is on board, they're conducting the training. I guess my main question is, how's adoption going throughout the state? Is everybody fully on, everybody utilizing the tool, everybody trained and proficient? Are we just now starting? Is it more utilized in the north versus the south versus the central versus the east versus the west? Just how's it going?
I think it's going well. It's a lot better than it was several months ago. I mean, particularly as we've been moving into these different phases, and IPWs raised a lot of awareness on it, and so, I mean,
do we have any metrics? When you say it's going well, have 90% of not just ACBOs, but the CBOs underneath them adopted it, they're fully trained and utilizing the tool? Just how do we gauge how helpful of a tool it is?
We look at activity reports, which measure sign-ons. It doesn't examine exactly what they did when they were in there. Those have consistently increased throughout the year. We have some very active users around the state. LA County and LA City are, for example, Fresno County, the ACBO in Region 6 is very, I mean, really, I can't think of a part of the state where I have not heard from them, or where there's just...
After the initial training, or let's call it an orientation, is there any follow-up training orientation once people have had some initial use and experience with it to kind of build on, or through the increased frequent communications with the general committee staff? Is there sort of a feedback loop for what the experience has been to continue to improve upon either the usability of it or?
We have monthly webinars with our user community. In fact, we have one on Thursday. And we talk about new features there. And then usually about half of the webinars, Q&A from people on the call, so it's a continual feedback loop. I mean, there are people. I mean, we still get new account requests. There are people still coming in throughout the year, and people jump in. Some people pick it up maybe a little more quickly than others. I mentioned the office hours. Those have been really, I think, have been really helpful for people who maybe don't pick something up from a webinar but need a little more hands-on screen share. But those have all gone well, and I think,
okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Secretary. This is more of a general comment for the meeting generally, is especially for the people who are watching on the broadcast or coming to community meeting, if we could try not to use so many acronyms, PDIs, APWs, ACBOs, CLOCs. because in the interest of transparency, we want to speak English.
Yeah, that's it. I'll thank you for noting those. Yeah, IPW was the implementation plan workshops. PDI is Political Data Inc. and is the industry standard for campaign, groups working on campaigns. And SWORD, I'm not even sure, I apologize. Statewide Outreach and Rapid Deployment, the mapping portal. Did I miss any?
Questions, comments? Any members of the committee been trained on this?
I know, I haven't been trained on it, and I actually want to be trained on it. So can I be invited to maybe one of the next session's webinars so that I can actually look at it as well?
Yeah, well, we can do an office hour. I mean, whatever works with your schedule.
Okay. One more thing to add to my busy schedule. Yeah. But let me ask you a question, because I know that you said that some people were not as comfortable with maybe going in there. So are you guys taking the data like for their service territory or their area that they say they want to, or that they've determined is their outreach area? Mm-hmm. And are you then creating like this characteristic that says, okay, this is these census tracts in this area, this is here's a narrative, I guess, so to speak, kind of like what we see in our packets where there's like a narrative that talks about what that kind of community looks like. So so do you guys have to produce that, or is that what SWORD is giving them?
Well, I mean, we produce all the content in SWORD, or I should say maybe 99% of it. And we get data requests from partners to make layers, that's what they call them, layers, it's of right. Visualizations available in SWORD. And so we've had those types of requests, and it's taking census data, which in terms of how it's provided by the Census Bureau is not user-friendly, and we try to make it much more user-friendly, and then make it available in SWORD. We've mapped locations for different partners who have a list of addresses and they want to put that in SWORD. That's an example of kind of point-based layers that we provided, and then we've made layers, the American Indian, kind of taking the different. There are several different varieties of data from the Census Bureau that focus on the American Indian population. We've made a layer on that. We've made several for the Middle East and North African MENA population, mm-hmm. And we've made race ethnic group layers that show the population density in census tract and block groups. I mean, that's some examples.
Thank you.
But the ultimate objective here, and this is both for members of the committee and for members of the public who are here, is once it's showtime, come March, April, you'll ultimately be able to get these visuals on where the activity is happening. Not just the outreach, but the participation rates mm-hmm. In those first couple of waves. And so the most value here is come maybe mid-April or late April or early May, you'll be able to get a visual on what parts of the state are performing well in terms of census participation and where the state is not. So we can focus and concentrate our strategies, our resources, our canvassers, if you will, to the areas that would need to improve the numbers when the time comes.
Yes.
Final questions or comments?
Thank you so much for including disability. It's kind of nice when you do work and it actually ends up somewhere. The question I had is, I had heard from folks on the ground that there were issues around PDI's loading or just the mechanics of it, that it was not working the way it should be working. Can you address that? Has it been fixed?
I think it's getting better. I mean, I think and if I get too technical, I may call upon Andrew, but and we've heard that same feedback, which was really important to hear, that it has to do with some of the canvassers that were having some issues were on older Android devices. As the operating systems function a little bit differently than the operating systems on the newer devices. As the underlying code of PDI for Census gets fleshed out, those problems should go away. But yeah, it's.
You've got.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's. Yeah. I think that it's going to get fixed. It's on the right path, but I mean, we've heard the same feedback.
Hi, Jim. Thank you. Thank you for this report. We love data, so this is very helpful. It's not really a question, it's more a comment building off of what she has done. We have used PDI a lot, and I think you said Andrew was here, and I would just recommend that we do a trial run before we go live to do exactly the glitches. I think I didn't realize we were going to use it for the entire state, so I've got just some concerns and questions around, doesn't have to be here, but for the future around how the overload on the users. We've had, the labor movement has crashed PDI for a couple of hours because when we've done big campaigns, and so I caution this amount of use, and what the feedback that we've heard so far from our community partners that have used PDI is very good, so I think we're on a positive track. But I do have some concerns around when we go live, so I would, as an advice, is to have a trial run earlier before we go live to ensure that the system can handle all of the users.
Yeah, I'll follow up with you on that. There have been some groups who've been out in the field the last month. I mean, kind of early adopters. So it's good to hear.
I've heard from them. They're good.
It's good to hear that.
All right. Okay. Any members of the public? Quick observations on this? If not, thank you, Jim, for your patience, for your work. Let's move on to agenda item number 4. Outreach updates from the State Census Office. So members of the committee, we have this item and then a media campaign update before a lunch break. So still trying to make up some time to try to keep us on track to end on time at the end of the day. Yumi and Emilio, take it away.
Hi, good morning. Just doing a time check. We've got 60 minutes for this session. Did you want us to shorten it? Okay. Thank you very much for having us. My name is Yumi Serra. I'm the Deputy Director of Statewide Initiatives, and this is the section around outreach. My colleague, Deputy Director of Outreach, Emilio Vaca, will also be speaking today. And we'll be addressing a couple things. I'll be starting out first with our education sector and our state agency outreach. And Emilio will follow with the implementation plans and give you a little bit of a picture of what's going out in the field. We've both started recently in this positions, but we've been around since March, almost hitting our nine-month anniversary as regional program managers. So we're still, as RPMs or regional program managers, we're also very connected to what's going on in the field. So together, we are trying to best coordinate all of the different aspects of what the census is, as well as coordinating what's happening in the field. So is this what I use? Okay. Yeah? No, it's all right. So I'm going to be addressing a little bit of what Sarah Soto Taylor has already talked about of our education outreach to both our K-12 and to our higher education. And just to again mention that Dr. Mignon Pollard, who is our education sector manager, has been sending me a bunch of texts from LA as she is at the census kickoff meeting for the Los Angeles School District. So it's really exciting to see this happening sort of simultaneously. And that's why she's not here today, and I'm sort of substituting for her here. So what our census office is recognizes that grade school students can be powerful communication links to the census outreach for our hard-to-count communities. The students from kindergarten to 12th grade are serving as trusted messengers to the family members, and they're an important information about the census, especially to the immigrant and the limited English-speaking families. As you heard already from Sarah, we've allocated $5.48 million for 40 county offices of education. This is a formula based on weighted average of Title I and Title III children. And out of that allocation, we're reaching about 98% of our targeted population. And the county offices of education have also been trained on SWORD that you heard from Jim about. On the board or on the PowerPoint are the 40 county offices of education who've opted in to receive state funding for census outreach. And these counties, although there are counties that may not be on this list, they are also participating in different ways. They have access also to our curriculum, to our toolkits, and we hope that everybody also participates even if they are not receiving funding from the office. As a part of the County Office of Education, the state does require a contract with each of the county offices, and through that we've asked them to provide, working with the local complete count committees, we've asked them to provide a questionnaire assistance center as a way of families to go to be able to find out more about the census as well as to complete the census. We've asked them to also use our toolkit, which I'll show you in just a second, to be able to participate in rallies or news articles, also do a census week, and then to use the curriculum, and also to come up with creative ideas like performances for the arts or visual competition. We did, and thanks to Regina Brown-Wilson, a shout out to you for helping us out with the K-12 toolkit that serves as a guide for California's school-based outreach. It has templates, letters for principals that principals can send out to the families describing why census is important. There's samples of social media, tweets and flyers. They also have access to our partner portal where they can get additional flyers and different community-based resources and U.S. Census Bureau resources that they can access. We've talked a bit already about our curriculum, the census curriculum, which has modules that's aligned with the California Civics and Social Studies curricula standards, and it's been tested in Fresno, here in Fresno, Sacramento, and Los Angeles, and there's over 30 school districts that have already that are participating in this. We've done an outreach and training to already 13 statewide locations in different cities around the state. There have been about 750 teachers trained, and the training will go until the end of January, and we will also be having a webinar, a recorded webinar, so people who aren't able to attend these trainings can still attend the trainings and use the curriculum. In addition to this, we have several partnerships that we've started. The California Department of Education is a very strong partner of ours, especially in terms of migrant education, adult education, and as you know how schools work, we did reach out in the early years or the earlier months to work with the Superintendents Association so that we get their buy-in and to support the census outreach that's happening right now. We have our education sector manager as well as our regional program managers providing local assistance as well as presentations to the different local complete count committees. So that then takes us to our higher education. The higher education strategy. Our education is sort of divided into our K-12 work as well as our higher education work. And the main audience for the Census Office's efforts in higher education is for students who fall into the hard-to-count demographic group. We've so far, and we're working with 4 systems and campuses: the University of California, the California State University, the California Community Colleges, and the Association of Independent California Colleges and Universities. And our colleague, Carlos Beltran, is actually in a meeting right now, in a planning meeting with the Association of Independent California Colleges and Universities at the Mexican Consulate today in order to really try to reach out to as many students as possible. Governor Gavin Newsom has sent out letters to the higher education systems, and he's asked them, and they've agreed to do the following. They will be working with our local complete count committees. 2 is they'll be hosting, and you'll hear later on from the U.S. Census Bureau about the need to recruit, so they'll be hosting recruitment fairs. 3 is to designate some part of the campus that is Wi-Fi accessible for questionnaire assistance centers. 4, to host educational events focused on the census. And 5, to encourage students' involvement through social networks and to their families. We have 2 toolkits that we have produced, and these are also available now in our partner portal. And this was modeled after a toolkit by the Los Angeles, California Complete Count Higher Education Committee. The two toolkits are one for administrators and one for student groups to help them to work with their students in order to provide them with some tools, some ideas on how to reach out to the student community. Sarah Soto-Taylor has already mentioned this, but we did just recently finalized a contract with the California's community colleges. This will potentially reach out to 2.1 million students. They will have the Student Ambassador Corps, Census Corps, that will reach out to even more students, and also have a small grant program for student groups to be able to access to do census outreach. And the events will hopefully plan for creating more excitement and motivation around participating in the census. So just in closing, just on this part, the education through the education sector, what we're hoping around these outreach efforts is to really reach the faculty, the staff, the family of the students, as well as, of course, the students themselves in the higher education institutions. The Census Office understands there's a large return on investment when utilizing these schools and college communities as trusted messengers. So that, I think, closes my education piece of it. And can I just move on to my next piece?
Yes.
The next piece is around...
Sorry, if we have questions for...
Yeah, we're going to hear from both of them, and then we'll do questions at the end.
Okay.
So the next component of what we've been also working on as a Census Office, completely different topic from education, is around state agencies. And these are of course, the agencies, California department agencies. And this through this presentation, I'll be giving you a program background, some of the engagement that has already been happening around the state agencies, and some of the deliverables that we've accomplished. So, by way of background, or history maybe I should say, the state agency outreach program started in the state's 2000 census campaign with partnerships with state agencies to reach the vulnerable populations that use social service programs. And with limited time in 2000 to prepare, and with limited resources in 2010, state agencies provided incredible support to these outreach efforts and positive results. So we're building on something that's happened in the past, and what our main goal of these partnerships with the state agencies is to incorporate the outreach messaging in a way that is tailored for each of these agencies. To be most effective, outreach efforts tie into existing activities conducted by each agency as they provide programs and services to the California communities. And they become the advocates for the complete count within their departments and the clients that they serve. They have the credibility with stakeholders and clients. They have a broad reach, both statewide and with different populations. And their stake is really high in achieving this complete count. We've amplified their messages through language services, through digital signage, through call center scripts and inserts for mailers and different activities. The different agencies that we've been working with, we've been directly coordinating with these departments and agencies that have a strong reach with hard-to-count communities. These include the business consumer agencies and housing agencies, Covered California, Department of Food and Ag, Office of Emergency Services, etc. There are, in each of these agencies, they've identified a census captain. We've got census ambassadors in the education, and we've got census captains in the state agencies. They also have access to our partner portal, where they have access to our different flyers and materials. We hope to be flexible based on the most effective way to communicate, given the resources. We also want to ensure, thanks. No, I'm not nervous. I'm just freezing cold. Okay. Just want to say how my partner here, Emilio, is very supportive of me, as you can see. We're often called Emilio. So how our census office is engaging, just in terms of the process, we started with a survey of what the agencies are able to provide. We meet one-on-one with these agencies. And we also have, in terms of communications, we also send bi-monthly emails with updates. And sometimes we'll also highlight an agency that's doing something creative in a little spotlight. The governor's office has also hosted in-person briefings with a working group of all agency informational topics, first to kick off this program in May, and then most recently in October. And we have also tried to, because I also work with the sector contractors and all our statewide community-based organizations, what we're trying to do is look at where the synergies might be with the different other contracted partners that we have. Some of the deliverables that we've provided, we've got some flyers. There's also been letters that have been sent out. For example, a letter went out from the CalVet secretary to newly returned veterans who are returning to California. The Department of General Services has a 12-month calendar advertisement, and then there's been branding added to different websites as well. And we also have some different magazine articles and social media. we're also tracking all of these deliverables in a very detailed way right now in an Excel spreadsheet. We've also utilized SWORD, as Jim spoke earlier about the different layers. We do also have started to map state agency field offices so that partners in the field can also see where they might be able to either partner with these agencies or utilize these locations for questionnaire assistance centers. And this will also be helpful for support, especially in lower broadband areas and the rural areas, which I'm also very concerned about. So for our next steps, we'll be continuing to coordinate on communication pieces and aligning our materials with the communication that is already going out, and making sure that there's consistent messaging across all agencies. We will continue also with informational updates and in-person briefings as January, April, all the way to April comes up to be able to do the best outreach possible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from...
do you want me to take questions? Or
no, let's hear from Emilio as well, and then we'll ask questions of both of you after his presentation.
Perfect. Buenos dias. Good morning still. My name is Emilio Vaca. I'm the Deputy Director of Outreach. I got the memo, Secretary. So just want to thank the new folks that joined the committee. It's exciting to see new faces. Miguel, it's been a while since I've seen you. I actually met Miguel at a Game Changers for HIP back in LA back in the day when I was an executive director of a family resource center. So I'm super excited you joined the committee as well. So welcome. Welcome to our family. So part of my presentation is going to walk through what we've been doing for outreach across the state. And so one of the things we really wanted to highlight what our program managers have been doing. I think Sarah Soto-Taylor started it off really well with giving an overview, but more specifically what I wanted to do is talk about some of the work that they've been doing, not only working with our partners, also with our stakeholders, have that be our district legislative offices, working with our legislative consultants, working with the governor's office, and even to a great extent, even working with some of you. I know Chris is not here today. I want to give a big shout out to Chris for all the concern and all the advocacy and the work he's done to help with Jim on the PDI side. Definitely, that was a big help from hearing that from Chris. And in addition to Regina for your help with helping us out to work better on how we should look at our needed and approach to work with African American communities across the state. And Dr. Martinez, as always, thank you for making it so welcoming to come to the Valley through all the work that you're doing and including our office to ensure that we're always talking census no matter what. In addition to all that, we have been working really closely with our partners on the biggest task that they have at this moment, which is the implementation plans. And so as the RPMs have gone through, is not only walk them through the implementation plan elements, but also work with them to identify some of those specific areas that they need to add more information on before it goes to full approval to our office. The last thing that I want to make sure is that highlight is that essentially our program managers, in conjunction with the U.S. Census Bureau, have been acting as ambassadors for the state, going around doing presentations and whatnot to various groups. Have it be from funded partners, non-funded partners. I oftentimes find myself doing presentations that I never thought I would ever give. For example, speaking before a group of fairground managers. Never thought I would be able to do that in my life. I was really excited about that, mainly because I'm a 4-H parent. And so it was really cool to see their involvement and their eagerness to get involved with the census as well. So we've been dealing with a lot of not only internal items, but also making sure that we're also responsive to what we can be out in the community as we start launching our efforts. Here's some pictures. I know you got the PowerPoint in front of you. We have participated either in doing tribal consultations across the state. I know here in the region there was a really good program that involved a lot of our partners from the Central Valley, working around language access and also talking about the census. So other parts that we've worked with too is giving presentations to not only state agencies, but also other community stakeholders that oftentimes might be learning about the census for the first time or wanting to get involved or engaged. So if I'm speaking too fast, please give me the sign to slow down. I'm standing between you and lunch, so I want to make sure that I give ample time here. Other things that partners have been working on have been also being involved with promoting the census, have that be through festivals. Oftentimes we get asked, what is happening, what's going on? And every region is different. Some regions, because they're trying to get ahead of the snow, they're already doing some early education, especially up north. I wanted to highlight on some of these pictures that we were able to participate in various festivals. I personally have gone to a couple of powwows in Northern California and have seen some of our partners out there doing outreach, like Native Vote, talking about the census is coming, we got to be counted. So it's been really refreshing to be a participant in some of these activities and see our partners at work. Other activities that they've also participated in have been doing, they did a huge parade up in Yuba City, so with our Sikh community, they had a huge float out there, and I don't see the photo on here, but we'll definitely send that out. It's just to see the magnitude and the importance from various communities talking about the census right now. It's been really important for us to see because we don't want to wait until January, February, or March, mainly because the sooner we get it out, the more folks can get related to it and understand it or ask questions about it. Other things that our partners have been working on has been promoting their own collateral, their own materials. As we go up and down the state, I wish I could just have a closet of census swag. We've definitely seen various types of shirts, there's been some onesies. We've seen some dog scooping bags for whatever's left behind. They've also done some, like Dolores Huerta Foundation has done some door hangers or some pledge cards. Here locally in the Central Valley, we've also had partners like Community for New California and others who've started doing door knocking as well as phone banking, utilizing PDI and also utilizing SORT. So there is some stuff happening. Maybe it's not the buzz that we all were waiting for, but there's some of those test runs, as you were mentioned earlier, to try to get that done now instead of February when it's going to get a little messy as well. So one of the big deliverables that our partners have been working towards is this lovely thing called the implementation plans. So I think last time we met in LA, I gave an update on the strategic plans. So there's been various deliverables that each of our partners have had to go through. And I understand to McGill's point, sometimes the bureaucracy gets in the way of getting sure the money gets out. But I got to say that a lot of our partners, for the most part, have been very vocal, which I appreciate, to our office on how we can improve. Have been really vocal, as you heard today, of also the appreciation of the work that is happening. So working with community, we understand that it's messy. So in working with our partners, we've learned so much. We have conducted several monthly calls with our partners to provide some information from our end to them, as well as trying to get us up and running as we can. I know we're a little delayed, but we're catching up. And the big deliverable has been the implementation plan. And for folks who might have, for the new folks who probably are like, what is that? ¿Qué es eso? So we had this thing called the strategic plans, where more of a strategy approach. The implementation plans are more like a work plan that gives us a detail of where they're going to be going, what type of activity they're going to be doing, which partners they're going to partner up with, and also looking at the frequency of those activities. If they're going to have a questionnaire assistance center, formerly as we call it as acronyms as QAC, or a QAK, which is a questionnaire assistant kiosk. So we're tracking all that through the implementation plan. And through the table that you have before you, I wanted to just kind of give a quick run through of the 74 partners that we have contracted, which are made up of county, ACBO, statewide sectors. Of those 74, we received 62 of them. 49 of them have been approved of the ones that we have received. 13 still need to be approved, and 12 are still needed to be submitted. And I want to highlight that our office made a commitment not only to our partners, but also to our stakeholders and to this body, saying that we were going to stick to a timeline of a 2-week turnaround as we got final implementation plans to approval, that it would take 2 weeks for us to approve it. I would say that right now, confidently, we have been really on the mark. There's been some back and forth because of potentially a census tract was missing, or they missed some budget items on there. And we've been working with each of the partners to ensure that that information is updated on there as much as we can. So even though we have still 13 to be approved, we're looking at approving majority of those this week on the 6th, as well as next week. For the ones that need to be submitted, some of those were varied in reasoning to submitting them late. I'm not going to say that they're late in that perspective. They needed some more time. As some of the things that I want to call you SST, that Sarah Sora Taylor referenced earlier, is that specific counties have their process of how they're going to roll this out. And so for some of them, they don't have identified which cities are going to be jumping in to help out, or what organizations are stepping up because of their RFPs. So rather than submitting a half-baked plan, they're holding off until they could actually turn in a full plan. And so some of those are lined up to take place here before the end of the year to be turned in and approved as well. So we're hoping to have all the plans submitted and approved by the end of 2019 and start the year with making sure everyone is on track with their deliverables. I know I'll get a lot of questions about that, and I'll be happy to answer those. The timeline that was referenced way earlier, thank you, Regina, for flagging page 27 early in the morning. As we looked at all of the deliverables that our partners are to meet those thresh marks to be able to turn in a deliverable and turn in an invoice and get paid, for the counties, they had to get a board resolution. So that triggered a 10% of their funding to ensure that they were going to step in and also be part of the census work. All of our partners were requested to turn in a quarterly report. The first one was more introduction of how does your complete count committees look, who are the chairs, what are some of the things that we should be aware of those challenges and barriers that you're facing, not just as a county or an organization, but also our office, how we can be supportive in that. And if we're the challenge, like how do we improve that as well? The secondly quarterly report was really close to the strategic plan timeline of what has changed in your strategic plan, what are things that perhaps you didn't anticipate happening. For example, for some folks in the second quarter report, they thought they would have more partners lining up to do an RFP as the counties, and they realized that not a lot of them applied. So they might have had to do sole sourcing some of those funds, and so that's been a challenging for some of our partners, and that's a real situation where some of those partners are like, hey, it's not a lack of trying, it's just that nobody applied, so now we have to go before our board and get a formal approval to sole source the work out. So keeping that in mind, that was part of the challenges that we learned in the second quarterly report. The strategic plan, as I mentioned, that was more of an overview of what their intentions were going to be, what they were thinking of doing. And all of these, we were moving them towards the implementation plan. In conjunction to that was also this effort that, thank you, Secretary, for participating, and also some of the members, called the implementation plan workshops. We went up and down the state, learning a lot from our partners, stakeholders, and getting a feel of what is going to be happening in the region and the counties. And there was a lot of back and forth on things that could be improved, could be modified, And I would say confidently, a lot of those partners that received a lot of the enhanced improvement suggestions have reflective in their implementation plans, have exceeded that. Some of them personally, as in this region, Region 6, Sierra Health Foundation, actually went and found additional funding outside of the state funding to provide grants locally to extend the tent to do more outreach. So those are the things that we learned through the implementation plan workshops, and fast forward through the implementation plan is where they're getting more detailed oriented. Things that we have seen so far that we're tracking has also been language access, not just the language, but also access for individuals with disabilities, specifically around the questionnaire assistance centers and questionnaire assistant kiosks. Are those locations going to be accessible for individuals who have a disability or need a ramp for their wheelchair? And so we have been really mindful of tracking that and also addressing the various languages that they were required to provide during their through the language access and communication plan requirements, which I'm hoping you all have access to that. If not, we'll make that available for you as well. The other piece that we've learned through the implementation plans is also this, it provides a unique opportunity for us to anticipate the what if. These are proposed activities that they're doing by census tract. So that gives us an understanding of which tracts will have a saturation of activities, which ones are still needing more activities, and that's going to help inform, as Sarah mentioned earlier, how we do with the additional allocation of the funding is which tracts are still needing some more support, which tracts don't have any support in, and how we can help with that. And also specifically when it comes to language access, what type of support can we provide with additional resources? As you probably heard as one of our last several meetings ago, we talked about language access, and what about those languages that you can't translate onto paper? What happens to those populations? And so those are the types of things that we're able to walk through the implementation plan and really get a really bird's eye view of how intentional each partner has been in making sure that they're addressing every community member that exists in their region or their county. And the last piece that I would say through the deliverable schedule is if, like to Sarah's point, deliverables have been turned in, if invoices have all been turned in at this point in time after the implementation plan, all partners should be at 90% of their funding, right? Now, meaning in progress, getting their invoices submitted, approved, and going up through the state process. That's a whole different ballgame there, but in essence, by January, 90% of the granted or contracted amount should be already in folks' hands. And our commitment as an office is to do what we need to do on our end to ensure that all that 90% is there. The additional 10%, that's a makeup of two deliverables that will happen later on, which is the non-response follow-up plan, and then two is also their withholding amount, which the partners had to have a withholding of 10% in there too. So there is some combination of that in there as well. So with that, I open it up for any questions for Yumi or myself.
Okay. Thank you both for those presentations.
I have a question. For the curriculum trainings, you'd mentioned that there might be some more that might be scheduled. Is that possible to do in January? And if so, who do we reach out to? And then when will the webinar be available for those as well?
Okay, I think it'll be available, the webinar should be available in January. The person to reach out to will be, you can either reach out to Mignon Pollard, and I can, from the Census office, I can give you her email. And also Frank Peasy from the Sacramento County Office of Education is the one who's been working on the trainings and the workshops.
I have one more follow-up question. So the regional program managers, is there a way very easily to access who those people are on the website and their contact information?
Yes, thank you for asking. On our website, the californiacensus.gov website, under the tab called Regions, there is right at the top of that page, there are different contact databases, including the regional program managers, as well as the contact information for the census.ca.gov/region. There's the contact information for the administrative community-based organizations, the regional program managers, the counties, the county representatives, the local complete count committee representatives, and our statewide and sector community-based organizations.
Thank you.
Come in, we'll work our way across the horseshoe this way. So,
Thank you. This is Soing speaking. This is also for you, Yumi. We may have a really good synergy. In prior meetings, I had shared that often students with disabilities aren't thought about, and I think students who are language learners, English language learners as well. And my fear is that if you left the curriculum just at status quo or as the default, they may not necessarily create curriculums for these populations. And going off of Miguel and creativity, are there things in the work that would target students with disabilities both in the K-12 and the higher ed through the maybe disability services centers and English language learners?
I don't know enough about the curriculum preparation and how it reaches out to students with disabilities, but I know that through, and this is a plug also for our organizations that's supporting people with disabilities, the Disability Rights Education and Development Fund and the Center for Independent Living Centers. And through that organization, we will be reaching out to parent organization of children with disabilities. And I know that DREDF has also been, DREDF is the Disability Rights Education Development Fund, has been working actively with children with intellectual disabilities, especially in our tribal community. So it's separate to what the census work, but I know that they do have that experience. So thank you.
And then to your other part related to state agencies, I've personally started collecting a lot of materials that are in PDF and Word related to the census. The captains, is there a listing of, like I'd like to, they're probably the gatekeepers or the portal holders. Are there a list of all the captains of all these state agencies that I can, or that we can?
Yes, we can give you the list. I don't think
the captains.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not online, but we can get that for you.
Okay, great. So
Right.
to all of us, yeah.
Sure, to all of you, and thank you for also giving us the tip about the accessibility using Word documents.
I'll share those. Yeah, thank you.
Alba?
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the report. Actually, just stay up because this question is for you.
Sit down.
What is the hot seat? It feels like, I'm sure, but you're doing great work. Thank you. What are some of the commitments the state agencies have agreed to do? I know you have some deliverables, but is there, did you talk to us around some, what are the agencies and which agencies have committed?
And I think as a follow-on to that question, there's a lot more state agencies and departments than were on the list on the slide that we saw. So what's the plan or the thought for engaging more and securing more commitments?
So first to talk about the list and how we prioritize state agencies. So it was definitely those state agencies that currently have a high contact with our HTC population. So you see, for example, Covered California on there. You see, for example, Health and Human Services agencies that already have contact with the target population. So for example, Covered California, they have sent out census information and flyers to all of the certified agents and the certified navigators that help the communities fill out the application for healthcare insurance. So those are the individuals in the communities who are already talking to our target population, i.e. through open enrollment and through some of the other channels, and they'll be providing census information. The other agencies, it varies. It could be a mailer. It could be part of a newsletter or some other communication where there'll be some census information. We have information up on websites, so the logo with the link back to our census website. So there's a variety of different activities. We can certainly pinpoint if there's one agency in particular that either you want to hear more about. But to your point, Secretary Padilla, about the next phase of those agencies, the work and the discussions are still ongoing. We have regular meetings with them. And then whenever we feel that there's an opportunity, given the short window period of when we're doing outreach, if there's other activities that are happening in those agencies that we can leverage, we'll be taking advantage of that as well. And I know that there's some of the work that's being done with Secretary of State, also with the constitutional officers as well. There's work being done there as well. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and then specifically, the DMV is not listed on here. Is there a particular reason for that? It is?
It is.
Oh, and the State Transportation Agency,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you for that. I looked at it like 4 times, too. Is there any way that you can share some of the more specific commitment plans? I think with our partners and especially in the county level and local government, just because I think it would be very helpful for them. Some of them are here so they can speak for themselves, but I think it would be helpful for them to understand kind of what are the outreach that state agencies have committed to.
I think so. I think what we can do is we can put together a document that highlights, what they're doing in bullet point form under each of the agencies, so you can have visibility into that. Absolutely. And we'll share that with the entire committee. Thank you.
Okay. Before you go, just piggybacking on DMV, appreciate covered California, some of the others that are targeted. I think those are smart and strategic. DMV touches everybody. So as part of the follow-up, we'd love to hear specifically what DMV is doing. And I see Caltrans is listed as well. Does that mean we can see signage on freeways throughout the state at the appropriate time?
I wanted to say I think that is the goal.
Whatever we can do to encourage and facilitate that. This side of the table, yes.
Hi, thanks so much. And this is my first meeting, so maybe these questions have been answered before. But you were talking about the various implementation plans that have come in. At least for me, speaking for myself, it would be really interesting to see some of those, if they're accessible to us, to get an idea of what various regions, what plans have come in per region, and just for education purposes, and maybe to share with other partners that we have ideas for?
I think so. If there's a particular region or a particular area that you're interested in, we'd love to talk to you, and then we can speak with the community-based organization in the county to sort of get that. It is it's a large document, and I think we talked about this. I may have stepped out, but all of the implementation plan activities that were submitted, they will also be loaded into SWORD. So that's also an opportunity to have more of a visualization and an overview of a particular region. Once we load all that information, that could be accessible for you also, so you can have a visual of what activities will be available in certain areas.
That would be great.
Yeah.
That would be great. Also, I'm sure we all have outreach ideas, and many people who've been here have shared those. So if I, for example, have outreach ideas to various organizations or groups, I'm in San Francisco and the Bay Area, who should I communicate those to?
So we have, for one, thank you for serving on this committee. This is really important. The second part, to answer your question, is the way that we viewed it in our organization is we have the regional program managers, and so maybe during the break, we could exchange information and connect you with the person specifically in the Bay Area that you should be working with.
Thanks.
Okay, Jesus.
I have a lot of questions, but I'll try to stick to 3. One is, I'll start with one of the last points that Alma Hernandez mentioned. when we began to have the meetings with the Complete Count Committee and the documents were being released by the state Complete Count Office, the concept of coordination and collaboration is emphasized in those documents, particularly when the application process began. So to me, it's also very important that we get information about how these state agencies that are listed, all those agencies plus others that may not have been included in that specific slide, can better coordinate the efforts and engage in ongoing communication with the ACBOs, with the regional program managers, and with the state and local subcontractors. Because I think it's important to try to do that coordination and collaboration as effective as possible. If there is a First Five agency working on the census, and there is a state agency also in the county with the presence working with that same population, we can't afford to be wasting those resources and the time. It's better to coordinate the efforts. So I would really like to see how we can better coordinate and collaborate at that level. So that's one thing that I like to emphasize. Secondly, I think in the presentations that you've made, it's evident how much work is going on, how much work is taking place by the Complete Count Office, and I commend you on all the effort that is taking place. That is, as the process unfolds, I think that workload is going to be piling up on you as well. So part of my concern is how the staffing level at the Complete Count Office is going. I checked the website sometime last month, and I forgot exactly when, but there were some positions that were vacant, that were not filled. And I'd like to know if those positions are being filled, or if they're still going to be vacant as we move into the actual enumeration process. And the final question that I have is related to the budget implementation plan status information presented on page 27. If you could just go a little bit more in detail to explain what the issues have been with those counties and the ACBOs that have not yet submitted the implementation plan. You provided some information about that, but if you could be go a little bit deeper in terms of the actual issues or problems that they are facing in trying to submit those implementation plans. Because at this stage of the game, I think it's important to ensure that they finalize them. And if they're able to finalize it by the end of this month, then great, fabulous. But what are the issues that were coming up that were impeding them from completing those plans?
Perfect. That's a great question. And so specifically to the counties, those have varied. Some of them have been capacity. And when I say capacity, not everyone's like Fresno County or LA who are getting millions of dollars. They're the counties that are getting $25,000. So they might have a staff that's committed to doing census work 4 hours a week. So some of them were dealing with fires, power outages, and so those are some of the delays that they've had. Others have been because of what I mentioned earlier, because of the way they're rolling out their funding, going to cities, going through RFPs. There is a 45-day window of a process they have to go through, and then if there's no one selected, then they have to go through another process to sole source some of this work. And so those things do vary, but I would say that it's not because they don't want to turn it in. That is not the case. I am confident in the ones who are remaining. They are in tracking to be turned in before the end of the month, and we were hoping to approve them by the end of the month. And so some of them are, like I said, they just vary in reasoning. It's not for lack of not wanting to do it. If anything, it's been more on their end of needing to complete the whole thing. And in some cases, we've had a couple counties where our RPMs have literally sat down with those counties, especially the ones who have very little broadband or capacity, and worked with them to fill out the implementation plan. So those specific RPMs have gone far and beyond to even sit down and go line by line. What are you going to do here? When are you going to do it? And so there is some of those that are still needing some more TLC to be turned in. As far as the ACBOs go, we actually are down to one, not two. And that one is on schedule to be turned in the middle of this month. So we will be all caught up with that as well. And specifically to The statewide, that is the most recent one that was added, which was our disability and seniors. They just recently received their contract, did their strategic plan, and they're catching up as fast as they can to turn in their implementation plan. So we're confident in the work that Yumi has been doing and working with them to ensure that that gets turned in by the end of this month as well.
And actually, to follow up on his follow-up, we're tag teaming here, I like it. I just can't stress the importance of collaboration, so I wanted to just make sure that that's extended also into the implementation plans. And do you have a mechanism currently around how the implementation plans are being shared, if at all, throughout the partners?
Yeah, so Sarah mentioned is we're hoping to have, we are loading up all the plans into SWORD as a way to really understand for a partner to know who's doing what activity where. And visually, that makes more sense because you're able to see what census tract they're actually doing the work in. If I give you a list of census tracts, you'd be like, bro, I barely know my precinct where I vote. Now a census tract is a lot more broader and more specific. So one of the things that we wanted to do, make it more accessible and easier, is doing it through SWORD to get that visual approach. And we are in conversations with specific regions where the counties are working with the ACBO to cross-share that information as well. So we're not, in essence, we're not saying we're going to make everything go live, but it is going to be through SWORD where they'll be able to see the visual of it as well.
Okay, and just an intention from the Census Bureau to collaborate amongst state agencies, community partners, I mean, all of it. I think that that's important for it to be a seamless process as this moves forward.
Right.
Thank
Well, thank you so much. And I did want to follow up on Jesus's his second point or comment or question was about the jobs. Are we filled? Are we there? And we do have a couple of vacancies, and our office has been working really close with the governor's office to ensure that the positions are filled and also going through the appointment process. It's not like we get to pick someone and they come join our office tomorrow. There is a process that they have to go through because we are appointees by the governor. So we are working really close with the governor's office and the appointee's office to get those positions filled, like literally like fast. I know we have already candidates for a lot of those positions, and they're in the process of that appointment piece.
Can I ask one question for clarification?
For me?
Or the Yumi team. All right. What is
Yumilio.
it? Yumilio. That's right. So whoever wants to answer it. But how many of the counties and the ACBOs are working collaboratively together? Or is it in some parts of the state, the ACBO is taking the lead, or some parts of the state, the CBO is taking the lead, but who's working together?
I would say across the state, there are pockets of that coordination that's happening naturally. And for example, I'll definitely reference the Inland Empire as an example. The ACBO, the counties creatively submitted a joint implementation plan to look at how they would actually do their work collaboratively. In other areas, it has not been one group over the other. If anything, it's been more mindful of the resources because for specifically in Region 6, you have the one county that's getting $1 million and the ACBO is getting $2 million, but there's 6 counties to cover. So there is that joint approach where people are talking through the implementation plan workshops. There were a lot of follow-ups that were taking place between the partners that were contracted between the counties and the ACBOs to do kind of like a mini part 2 to walk through and see what's still missing in order to complete their implementation plans. I can't say that 100% everyone's like, hey, we're playing nice in the sandbox, because that's the reality of this work is because of resource or because of whatever challenges that exist. And those are the things that the RPMs have been trying to work really closely to navigate them more towards the middle of, okay, you have this resource, you have this resource, you have a gap here, or you're missing this population, how we can do that. And I have feel like I'm full of stories through this work, but I would say that specifically in Region 6, we had the ACBO raise their hand and say, we have no organization in Inyo County. Inyo County is the county that always gets left behind, as it is. So Inyo County said, well, we have very little money, but we have an organization that can do the work. So we were able, through the implementation plan workshop, what happened out of that was the county helped support the organization that the ACBO stepped up to support the recommendation from the county as a way to supplement that work. So there is intentional work happening in Inyo County. So then that way there's a way to look at that collaboration. There are some areas where we need to improve more. Encouragement of that, I think with the addition of the schools, the addition of our first 5 partners, and the other demographic partners that we're bringing to the table, it's going to naturally, in higher education and tribal, to encourage that, to also foster that collaboration naturally. We have been seeing a lot of the need for the RPM to be more intentional on let's wrangle everybody in the same room. We've had some wonderful experiences where we've actually had our legislative staff, district offices step up and also play the referee or to be involved in that process. So I think we have done a pretty good job of trying to mitigate some of those things. Can we improve? Of course. And those are the things where we're hoping we can lean on your expertise as you've done so far, Regina, and ensuring us that we're actually on the right path. And we look forward to this afternoon's discussion on how each and every one of you could be part of the census effort moving forward.
Thank you.
A couple of quick items, I think, in closing. 2 comments and 1 question. On the education and outreach piece, thank you. Can't emphasize that enough. Right? If my memory serves me correctly, the biggest undercount population from 10 years ago was children under 5. Doesn't mean they didn't go to school. Doesn't mean, there wasn't those students in our public schools for the next 10 years. Just doesn't mean that the federal funding that should have accompanied with them wasn't there. So the more we can do through schools to reach those families, reach those parents, I think that's huge. Similarly, at the higher ed level, we talked about the UC, talked about CSU and the community colleges. Love them all, but if we're really targeted or driven by the hard to count criteria, the community colleges is where it's at. So the more emphasis and support we can place on those outreach measures, happy to see it and happy to support. Last thing, super quick item. I saw quickly an iHeartRadio mention. Is that an in-kind contribution? Is that a part of the media contract? Can I get more details on what that is about? And if you don't have it at the tip of your tongue, we can maybe do it after the lunch break or during the lunch break. Okay. All right.
I saw that too.
That just caught my eye. That's a great partnership. Just wanted to learn more about it. And if there's nothing else on this agenda item, public okay with moving for, okay. Come on forward to the podium, members of the public.
Have Hugo Morales from the Fresno Complete Count Committee.
Yes, my name is Hugo Morales, and I'm co-chair of the Fresno Complete Count Committee. Welcome to Fresno. I think we're 4 co-chairs, so there's 2 of us here. I think there were more. They left already, so I want to welcome you on behalf of the Fresno Complete Count Committee to Fresno County. As the chair of your committee so ably stated how important the census is, and I just want to emphasize that for the Valley. As you know, the majority of the people here in the San Joaquin Valley depend on Medi-Cal. So I think that tells you a little bit about how important the census is. Here, in terms of Fresno, Fresno Unified, the total student body is 74,000. 90% of those children come from households in poverty. So I think that tells you how important that is. And Jesus Martinez, thank you so much for serving on this committee. And his organization did a study on immigrants. And 1 out of 4 children in Fresno County has 1 or 2 undocumented parents. So that tells you again how delicate and important the messaging and approach is. And I want to thank, Senor Baca, Emilio, for all the work that he's done, and his staff. I don't envy him for all the work that he's doing and the work he's got to do, and it's just an incredible job that he and his staff. And I want to thank him. I want to say that here in Fresno County, we have obviously a very diverse county as well. Some of us have asked and approached the committee about some challenges in our community. Emilio has been very responsive in addressing those, so I want to thank him again and his staff for that response. I don't know how he's able to do all this. I also want to commend the Capilla Committee on contracting and partnering with the different sectors. And again, I want to second Mr. Martinez's question or request that there be communication at least, if not collaboration, not just with the complete count committees as well, because we are volunteers and we also have the charge of coordinating in some way as best we can. So we count on those. We hope we can count on those agencies that have resources to be able to at least share with us what is that they're doing. And I just want to commend again those sectors, including the Native American sector, obviously the education sectors, and the first 5 sectors that you have partnered with. So thank you very much.
Thank you. For the comments, feedback from the public? If not, then we will proceed with the next agenda item. Item number 5, media campaign update. Martha Dominguez and somebody from Mercury. Hey, Team Mercury is here. And just a quick little time check. Only about 40 minutes behind schedule. So we'll try to catch a few minutes in this section, maybe a few minutes of the lunch break, and get us back on track in the afternoon.
Yeah, thank you for having us. Buenos días, Marta Dominguez. I want to introduce my team, Carolyn Becker, Jorge Garrido, and Diana Croft-Pelayo, who is also capturing a lot of our social media and has been working the press. So thank you for them for being here, and thank you for allowing us to give you an update. Nice to see new faces from the last time we saw each other in LA. We've been hearing a lot the consistent theme of communication channels, and I just want to underscore some of the channels that the campaign and the communications team has been integrating the information specifically for the media campaign. We've been part of the outreach partner calls that they do on a monthly basis. We have also established some emails of communications, which is communications@census.ca.gov, where people can email us and email the entire team, and we can all retrieve that information. We've also utilized the partner portal, which you'll hear a little bit later, as a newsletter type fee that can happen at a regular basis. But we also established a newsletter last month, so if you did not receive it, let us know, because we want to make sure you get the latest updates. That was volume 1, and next month we'll have volume 2. And we highlighted a lot of the work that the Census Office is doing, a lot of the work, the outreach and the communication, and just overall Californians are doing to get ready for the census project. We've also been doing a lot of different presentations, specifically with our state agency partners. We've met with Caltrans, we've met with Health and Human Services, we've also met with California Lottery, and these are just some examples to highlight on where we will be coordinating and enhancing our messaging and our creative ads so they can get out to all our Californians. So I just kind of wanted to underscore some of the communications platforms that we've been doing. Also, this presentation, just overall, we wanted to give you an update and then also kind of talk about next steps that are coming up. One of the things that we have done in the last couple of months is really dive into the understanding of the research, not only to have a baseline understanding, but to have a school of thought coming from the same place, not only for the campaign, but also for our partners. We've looked at over 20 sources of various sources, not just academia, philanthropy, CBOs. Some of them are our partners ourselves, like the California Endowment, California Call. They have done some research, and we've gotten a lot of learnings. And this information is all in your packet. Some of the learnings that we have learned is that there's overall in our hardest to count communities, there's a low level of awareness of census and even what it does. So I think a lot of us knew this, but this research or this body of research has quantified it in a way that can allow us to see how messaging and creative information could be developed for the hardest to count and the multiple languages that we will be developing. The other thing is that in many cases, those that participated in research didn't even know what the census was, let alone they forgot if they participated in the last 10 years. I know for myself and for the team, that's a common question that we all ask. Did we complete the census? Because we want to make sure that's something that is normalized every 10 years, and it does take a long time to remember, but that's part of the communication and work that we have to do. The other thing too that we have learned, and it was also reinforced by some research, some recent research from the California Endowment that showed that if we showed communities what the form looked like or what those questions are, that itself was somewhat motivating. Sometimes talking about the census just in general, people don't understand. If you talk about the certain questions that will be asked, people have the more tangible understanding in what information will be asked. So that's an important nugget for us to leverage and to kind of see how we can message that and educate folks across the state. The other thing that has rose across all communities consistently is some common themes such as housing, homelessness, and healthcare. These are top issues, not just for the census, but I think for just everyday Californians that are top of mind. So these are other avenues and angles that we can also leverage to develop messaging and creative for our hardest to count communities. Some motivators across the various communities also are ranging from services, learning that the census can have some return on investment in their community or can have some development on children or family resources, some healthcare, some reproductive life planning, things that could help benefit them in their lifelong sort of journey as human beings. Those are the things that people really understand and want to learn about. The type of funding that gets not just from the federal to the state, but that trickles down to the local level, that is something that is also very intriguing for folks. The civic engagement component is also something that people are just generally interested when it comes to voting or census, because it's something that everyone can do. So doing that as a motivating factor helps us to kind of sell and promote that census as a message to get people empowered to complete the census form. The other part is accountability, talking to our neighbors, our family and friends, knowing that if you talk to each other and reinforce the need to complete the census form and fully participate by completing the entire form for each of your members is something that is also a motivating factor. Last but not least, also ensuring to maintain or even potentially increase our political representation in the state at the federal is something that is a motivating factor for the communities. One area of concern, and I know this is something that we have talked to throughout the couple of months, but it's something that we're very concerned in terms of how we can message and also ensure that people understand that the census is confidential and safe and secure. That is something that we want to message because that's an area of concern for our community. So that's an understanding for us. I'm going to pivot over to my partner, Carolyn Becker.
Thank you. Which button is it? Thank you. Thanks, Martha, and thank you, Secretary, and the members of the committee for your time today and your counsel and advice. All of the research Martha just highlighted for you informed the initial part of our communications campaign rollout, and it will continue to inform as we get new learnings and build on the communication strategy from here all the way through the end of July. But with respect to the rollout, since the last time we chatted with you all, at the end of September, we did unveil the website, a lot of which you've heard about today, and I'll feature the partner portal in particular on the next slide. The image you see on the right is the home page. It's an interactive feature. If you haven't been onto californiacensus.org, I highly encourage you and your community partners. It allows folks to enter where it says schools, enter what is important to them for the census, and then all of that word entry there's a unique feature if you click on it that develops a word cloud, and you can see what your fellow community members and people across the state are highlighting as important to them. And we just really like that interactivity feature, and eventually there'll be more interactive features with links for people to fill out their form when the census is live. The website also highlights key dates as the census is coming in 2020, what is the difference between March, April, May, and so on. And it highlights some of those motivating factors that Martha just highlighted from the research. We also launched social media channels for the campaign specifically, differentiating from the California Complete Count social media channels, really to lift up the campaign, the voice, and activate ultimately our hardest to count Californians. So the social media channels correspond with the brand and the website. Creative development obviously supporting all of that. We were able to roll out at the end of September, along with the website, the branding, really the California for All theme, something that each of the HTCs can see themselves in because it's quite literally for all and inclusive of every Californian. And you'll see some of our creative development throughout this presentation. We have a digital media buyout right now as part of early education that Jorge will highlight in a moment. And we're really building up for a more robust air game, as we like to call, in July. And you'll see some of that in January, not July, January. You'll see some of those details in this slide as well. But that takes, as you may or may not know, in the communication space, a lot of media planning and negotiating. And yes, we are really working at a very hyper-local level, in some cases with multicultural and ethnic media partners. And then we've developed plans for earned media and have started to work with Martha and Diana on her team to execute some of those proactive pitching opportunities, working with members of the press, educating them, quite frankly, both in the mainstream and in the multicultural space about the census, and particularly in the ethnic and multicultural media, based on previous experience and what's happening now, is we're learning that as we educate journalists, they become community advocates as well, very much unique for multicultural and ethnic press as opposed to mainstream, really serving their readers with what the communities will benefit as a result of a complete count. I know you've heard a lot about the partner portal today, and so I don't want to spend a lot of time on it because there's been so much mention of it, but to Sarah's point earlier, we are seeing hundreds of partners engage. It has these different features you've heard about today, and Martha mentioned on the left there of the slide, every time we upload something new, there's a feature on the partner portal that tells partners what's new since the last time you've been here. So they can see as we continually add materials or assets for download that's featured and lifted up, and they understand what's new since the last time they visited. This slide just shows you a month's snapshot as we continue to upload materials. What are some of the most popular items? Our social media toolkit, which is part of that creative development, and sample graphics and messages for partners to use and replicate and really create that surround sound across the state, has been a very popular item so far, our #1 item, in addition to the census flyer and one-pager in both English and Spanish, along with the K-12 toolkit you've been hearing about, and a PSA we'll talk a little bit more about as well, featuring the voiceover from our governor, Gavin Newsom, as well as in partnership with Communities for a New California. I saw Pablo here earlier. I know they have been an important part in helping us develop some of the messaging and creative. The main feature, obviously, on the partner portal is the collateral material available to support the groundwork. They have options of across the 13 languages. Here is a couple of examples on the slide here, but also options to give us feedback, to incorporate their own logo, depending on the needs for the outreach partners. The collateral materials that are available there are meant to be used right on the ground. They're digital files, they're downloadable, they're printable, they're ready for action. And then, of course, the chatbot that Jim mentioned as well on the home page. This is obviously Potter the Otter is kind of a fun feature for people to ask census questions. It's meant to be a welcoming feature so that people can ask any questions they have about the census, and as Jim highlighted, it only gets smarter the more questions people ask through artificial intelligence. So people are also able to access the embed code for the chatbot if they want to use it on their own sites as well on the ground level. Jorge, you want to talk a little bit about our paid media? You want me to drive?
Sure. No, I got it. Thank you. Good afternoon, Secretary and members of the committee. As my colleague mentioned, my name is Jorge Garrido. The slide that you have in front of you is a screenshot of some of our digital ads that we've been running for the last 8 weeks. We've been getting good feedback from our partners. It's important to note that we're not using industry standard performance metrics because we know that doesn't quite capture the hard to count communities. We're using other KPIs, key performance indicators, like clicks, feedback from our community partners, and so on and so forth. I'd also like to provide an update that we're implementing the production and media buys for 12 additional languages this week, and our team can provide just the exact kind of dates as to when they'll run and in what those 12 languages they'll run in. So my next slide is also another screenshot of the PSAs that we've been doing, that we've helped produce with a Region 6 community partner, CNC, which is Communities for New California. These videos have a voiceover of Governor Newsom, and we feel it kind of captures the spirit of California, in the sense that, it showcases the diversity and pride with respect to the census. Again, we've also, captured good feedback from our partners with regard to these PSAs.
Thanks, Jorge. And last part of last vertical, if you will, of our campaign, and it really bleeds throughout the entire campaign. It's its own pillar, but it touches every element of what we do, and that's something we highlighted a little bit last time, which is our mis- and disinformation monitoring, something that Mercury is doing very much in collaboration with the Census Office to the extent that there's the air game and the ground game, and mis- and disinformation could potentially be spread at any level. And so what our team is doing, as you know, is a robust daily monitoring effort, sometimes hourly, depending on the traffic we're seeing, both on mainstream social media sites, the ones we're all familiar with, Facebook, Twitter, what have you, but also really digging deep into the fringe, dark, deep web networks. I know a lot of folks have heard of some of those sites, some of which have been taken down due to recent events, but there are others, Gab, Parler, 4chan, people are not generally familiar, but this is where bad actors tend to operate, and our intent is to monitor that so that anything that is bubbling up doesn't make it all the way to the mainstream, and should it bubble up further, we are able to respond in a thoughtful, intentional, and very strategic way. And so that is to the extent that we're monitoring it from the air game level and working in close conjunction, as I mentioned, with the Census Office and the outreach side to monitor it from the ground level as well, something I know Martha and her team and us have been working collaboratively on in terms of top down and ground up, as I mentioned, and verifying through best practices and a decision tree that we've built together to inform appropriate response, if any, depending on the level of threat. That's a snapshot of the work we've been doing, but Martha is going to highlight what's still ahead. Very, very much to go.
Thanks, Carolyn. A couple of things that we wanted to kind of share that will continue to sort of form a foundation and sort of frame how messaging and imagery or just sort of creative execution will be developed. Is we have two areas in research. One is message testing, and another is a media evaluation component that will be monitoring outreach and communications efforts. In terms of message testing, we are rolling this out, and we will be out in the field soon. We have 3 phases. Phase 1 will be December through early January 2020, and we will have approximately about 24 focus groups throughout the state and in language. Phase 2 will happen in early part of February. And the timing of this is to ensure that messaging and information is being evaluated during the journey of the campaign. And the last phase would be between April and May. That will help with the non-response period to see what other tailoring messaging could be developed. The phase 2 and 3, the number of focus groups will really depend on based on the response and the data that we receive in terms of self-response. So it could be between 16 to 8 focus groups depending on how that tailoring messaging needs to happen. In terms of each phase, we will focus on how receptive the message and the imagery is, how relevant it is to the hardest to count communities. Also, is it resonating across the communities, and how responsive individuals are towards the messaging. And this is something that we'll want to measure across all 3 phases, and that will help us do the quality of improvement and assurance throughout the campaign. In terms of the message testing, we're also adopting a community-based facilitator approach, and what that means is that we are reaching out to all of our partners. The message testing is a collaborative effort where we're reaching out to find out if there's a community facilitator that would like to facilitate the focus groups in the various regions. In language, of course, we'll have focus groups in all 13 languages. We are also coordinating with our partners in a very collaborative effort for them to help us recruit participants so they can participate on the focus groups. The participants will have a specific criteria specifically to the in-language focus group. Also, the county that they live on, transportation, their ability to be there. And just like any focus group, their ability to just share their open thoughts and comments about census so we can develop culturally appropriate messaging. In terms of the media evaluation, we're also gearing that up as well. We will have a pre and middle and post quantitative survey that will really evaluate the awareness, the intention to participate, the barriers to participate, exposure to our campaigns or just our efforts at both in the air and ground game, and also just the knowledge of or the intention of actually participating. And this is something just for us to track to see how we can best tailor not just the message developing, but also the paid media and any earned media efforts that we'll have throughout the campaign. We will also, in terms of research, we will also have some specific sort of community focus groups. For example, in December, we will have African American focus groups with our subject matter expert that will be out in the field to really gain some more additional intel within the community and how to best message that information to them and find some key motivators. So I'm going to punt it back to Carolyn. Oh, to her. Sorry.
I get the last slide right before lunch.
No, that's me.
Oh, okay. So this slide shows the paid media timeline. I do in my previous slide, I did mention that we have been running ads for the last 8 weeks and are implementing 12 new languages leading up to the end of the year. So if you see here, it says educate and motivate, which is essentially the second phase of our strategy, because right now the active phase is early education. But educate and motivate is from mid-January through February, and that includes print, that includes TV, that includes radio, and out of stores, so billboards and so on and so forth. That's 40% of the budget in terms of the paid budget. And then following that is mid-March through May, which is activate. That's really kind of, again, educating them, motivating them, and then activating them to actually complete their census forms or application. And then the NRFU, for the purposes of Chairwoman Fairweather, the acronym stands for non-response follow-up. All about transparency. So that's 10%, but it's important to note that the 10% is very flexible and nimble in terms of understanding what the ACBOs need in terms of a communication strategy that augments what they're doing, but also understanding which non-response follow-ups in hard-to-count communities haven't responded. So that flexibility will be key to ensuring that we try to capture as many of the HUC, census complete applications. I think, yeah, that's it. I mean, I'm sure you have questions, but we'll save those for the end.
Yeah, Jorge obviously highlighted the paid media, which is the bulk of our contract, and our media team, quite literally, right now, today, previous couple of weeks, the next 2 weeks, are putting all of those negotiations and buys together so that we can continue to be transparent with the contracted partners, with the committee, with the, with the public about what those buys are shaping up to be, what they'll include. A lot of our media partners aren't just companies from whom we are buying spots and dots, as we like to say. We're also working on content integration and trusted messengers, and there's a lot of added value being built in. So those negotiations are quite literally underway in real time. And that is the bulk of what's happening right in the moment. But we have other elements as well that our team is working on coming soon, again, now through NARFU. Something you heard us talk about last time, what we refer to as regional micromedia. This is really working with the ACBOs, the CBOs, the county partners, other stakeholders in coordination with the Census office. And Sarah mentioned the workshops. Those are also underway and are only ramping up in the month of December. And they're at varying degrees right now in terms of steps as the different regions operate a little differently, but we're excited to work with them and execute some of those really hyper-local media opportunities that may not be covered in their own implementation plans. And we have regional media leads in each of the 10 regions helping to facilitate those conversations and workshops so we can enhance any media activities and support in the way that the region needs at a customized level. We also have the ability to do some capacity building for partners, for some of the state's contracted partners, whether that's through our regional media teams or our statewide team. And what I mean by that is we're really looking forward to some technical assistance trainings, whether it's some do's and don'ts working with the press, whether it's social media best practices, shooting video on your phone, how to create a meme with very little effort. We want to help the partners and the community organizations. We want to build their capacity as well to communicate about the census and its importance. The editorial calendar I mentioned earlier is something that we're really looking to ramp up in a big way in January. I mentioned the content integration with our media partners. There's going to be a lot of opportunities there to facilitate news into their newsrooms, spots in morning shows, and I'm not talking about paid advertising, I'm talking about interviews on public affairs programming and other programming. As well as just proactive pitching with some of our media partners, as well as other media throughout the state, in every region, and importantly with the ethnic and multicultural media who reach the audiences that we're targeting. And then we're also in the process right now of working with the state on a social influencer program. So that's coming together along with the media packages I talked about. And I know a lot of people think about famous people when we say social influencers, that is a good example, but we're also looking at community influencers, whether that's faith-based community leaders, whether that's news anchors. It's just looking at that sphere of influence for our HDC communities. So all of this work is being done in preparation right now for really what I think of as a really robust program in January, and then all the way through NARFU. That concludes our piece, but we're happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you. We've come a long way since the last meeting. Yes. Still more work to do, but we've come a long way, so thank you for all of that. You answered some of the questions that I wanted to raise relative to social media, misinformation, disinformation, and that's ongoing. I guess the one big one that remains for me, as you talked about the micro plans, from your work thus far, have you been able to identify either any duplication or gaps? And most specifically, when you all came on board and we talked about this at the last meeting, you're putting a statewide media plan together.
Yes.
We know through some of the strategic plans and implementation plans that there's some, counties and ACBOs that are investing in local media buys.
Yeah.
And so want to make sure we're as efficient and as effective as possible with our resources. So where do we see duplication? Where there are gaps, and how are we addressing those?
Yeah, and great question. Absolutely. It is one of our primary goals to use our resources wisely so that we aren't buying anything duplicative to what the regions are doing. And so that is also unfolding at real time as the implementation plans are being processed. We can see what media activities are being planned at the local level. And in parallel to that is our statewide planning on the media buy you just mentioned. So I would say in a matter of what feels like just 2 weeks or so from now, those things will meet in the middle so that we can ensure that any gaps are being identified at the regional micromedia opportunities. I would say that's our best opportunity to fill in places where people said, oh, we really wanted to do this, but our resources were limited. With respect to planning our buy, though, while also knowing the outreach partners were working on their implementation plans, one of the commitments we've asked all of our media partners to commit to for us is communicating with us about who's buying them as well, and they've been very good about doing that, including the Bureau, by the way. So it's not just the local media partners, but we're starting to get some understanding, a little bit from the Bureau itself, but also from our media partners about what those flights might look like, and even to some extent, some of the messaging that they might have planned. I think that the first quarter of 2020 is going to be a very saturated media environment, knowing that we have Super Tuesday right before the census hits. To the extent that we can learn about the different messages being deployed on the different platforms, if the Bureau is doing one message that says the census is coming in March, we might do something that says, go to your local question assistance center. So it's a totally different message, but all supporting the same goal, if that makes sense.
Okay. And as far as you said, in the next couple of weeks, we'll meet that in the middle.
Yeah.
Has a message gone out to CBOs and ACBOs and local governments to not do their buy yet? Or, because I don't want to be too late that they already made their buy and it's kind of too late to put the genie back in the bottle.
Yeah, just to give you a little bit more context on our conversations with our local partners. So we've had introduction meetings, and in those introduction meetings, we've also learned what their wish lists are in terms of, like, we've asked them, like, what is it that you want to do, or what is it that you would like to see support in terms of not just what Mercury, through the Mercury budget, but also through the budget that they have with their outreach. So we've put all those items into a big, huge list, and then the workshopping is really more outlining what is more feasible based on our media buys and sort of the strategic thinking in terms of messaging. In terms of how partners are going to be managing that budget, or in terms of how they want to inform that, it really depends on their communities. Every community is different. Duplication and oversaturation, sometimes it's okay. Some communities, what we're calling is that extra love, and people do need to hear that message multiple times. A Latina may need to hear the message in Spanish and English 3 times in order for her to be reminded. Same with the LGBT community and so on. So we're going to be working with each of our local partners to ensure that it's a strategic, not just state media buy, but also the regional placement as well. So we do have an understanding of what our local partners are wanting to do, and there's some things that we could do with our budget, and there's things that they're also going to be doing the outreach, and some of them are also doing some fundraising with some other funders as well.
Regina.
Just a quick question, Carolyn, with the disinformation campaign, where would people send, or can they, where would they go to send a concern around disinformation? Is it like
So
the
are you
Autobotter?
talking about, like, from the ground, rumors on the ground?
Yeah.
Because what
maybe.
we're really monitoring, right, is the digital space, and then
Okay.
working with the census office to ensure that top-down, ground-up funnel is vetted through best practices. And then, like I said, there's a decision tree and a crisis communications plan to ensure that we're in constant contact. But I think to answer your question more specifically, there is a mechanism
Yeah,
for,
and there's
for
probably
ground.
multiple ways. It really depends where the communication comes from. We're also going to be working with our outreach division, with the regional program managers, because sometimes the information can go to them. We'll also have the ability for them to email us at the communications email that I alluded earlier, or they can also call our office. We're developing multiple ways for them to provide that information so we can vet the information. With the ground level, the anticipation of how we will receive information will come from different areas, because it will just depend. And a lot of them may also refer to the local law enforcement or to some of their partners at the local level. But we will be providing that structure for them in terms of where do they send that information. So right now they can send it through the communications email, they can contact us directly through our phone number, or they also can reach reach their RPM to provide that information.
And I just want one last clarification too. This is a different question, but Carolyn, will there be spokesperson training? It sounded like you alluded to that, so to speak, but
correct.
the community-based organizations will have some type of training on how to deal with media?
Yeah, exactly. That's part of the capacity building / technical assistance I highlighted. We're working on scheduling that out with partners as the regional media activities all come together, because when we talk about micro media, it's not necessarily just a buy on the local radio station. As an example, it might be that there's interest in a spokesperson training or social media best practices, as I said. So we're working on mapping that out as those regional conversations and workshops are happening as well.
And those are in person, not just webinars?
Correct, yes.
Sewing and then Jesus. So fascinating stuff. So I have several questions. First, I'm aware of some message testing that has occurred already, and I want to make sure that you folks are aware so you're not duplicating and starting from scratch. I know the Color of Change have done messaging in the Black community and the African American. Asian American Advance and Justice have done for you guys are familiar. Okay, naughty means you're familiar.
Yeah,
right?
that was part of the body of research
Great.
that we spent the first few months really analyzing that Martha highlighted.
Naleo for
Yes,
Latinx.
correct.
And are you familiar with DRC, Disability Rights California, and DREDF, Disability Rights Education Defense Funds?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. So thank you. That makes my heart happy. The other questions I have is, or comment and question, is that there's very little images from the disability community that are positive images. So if you are going from just stock images, so I just want you to be mindful of that. You may have to create images that are positive, that are, in the communities that people are doing, enjoying life and so forth. And just to give thoughts to the disability community as well, because I know when we talk about communities, it's very odd this way, is that in like the kind of civil rights arena, disability is often not remembered, and in the disability arena, race, language, ethnic, cultural dynamics is not, and of course we all live in intersections, so if you could consider disability as a component, and then
thank you for that. Yeah.
also to not forget that ASL is a language,
Right.
that the materials, needs to be, if you're thinking language and you're thinking, please also consider ASL. And the last question I have is, do you guys have contacts with like folks at Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, like some sort of person that you like, this is happening here that you guys can talk to?
We do at Mercury have those contacts in some cases, but actually what we're doing in the case of mis and disinformation is working much tighter with the state agencies who are really plugged into that space as well. In some cases, there are direct lines to people at the social media platforms who can run a post through their what's called terms of service, TOS, often referred to sometimes, to pull it down if it's flagged by the company as something inappropriate or otherwise a negative message. So that's an infrastructure that is part of what's being built, so that when we see something totally flagrant or threatening, we have those for lack of a better word, those red phones to the right people to address it.
That's one specific item that our office has set up for the last election.
Oh, good.
So we're updating it not just for the 2020 election, but for the census.
Okay. Yeah. And do we have access to the partners portals? Who are these partners and who has access to them?
Yeah, if you don't have access to the partner portal, make sure that I have their emails and we can give you access within 24 hours or less. But the main partner portal user are contracted partners, and in some occasions, if they have identified their subcontractors, they also have access, and our state agency or the state captains that you heard earlier, and then also to some of our legislative staff and some of our other constituents from education that have asked for access. We don't have like a rigid criteria, but what we do want to know is specifically if the comms team is not aware or doesn't know of a contracted partner, we do vet that through outreach to ensure that everyone that comes in the partner portal is part of the family in the sense of providing that information. There's no sort of secrecy in the information that we have, but we do want to develop a space for our contracted partners for us to share information.
So you'll send it to us? Or?
Yes, so I can get your emails from Laura and we can double check and we can do that today.
Thank you.
I'd like to begin by thanking Mercury for being so willing to participate in some of the events that we've organized here in the Central Valley. Since we met in LA, we developed a contact, and I'm really happy that you were able to work with us. And we hope to have some other events here in the near future. So thank you very much for that. One of the things that I like very much about the work that you're doing and the work plan that you have presented to us in August and also now is the focus on research as an important component of the work that you're doing. In the second slide that you present here, you mentioned that the top line takeaway across all hard-to-count groups is a low level of awareness of the census and its purpose. I don't know if you have the specific percentage of awareness that exists among population at large, and if you have any information about specific groups, how that may vary from group to group. But if you can give us some idea of what that low level of awareness means, it would be helpful. Related to that is this research that you're generating right now. I think, at least in my case, I would be very interested in finding out more and actually getting some access to the results that are taking place, not just for the purposes of the committee itself, but for example, I also have some contact with some researchers who have done some work on the census and other related matters. So also to compare what you're finding with whatever other research has been done, to compare, for example, with the Census Bureau did with the CBAM, the census barriers, and see how we can find some messaging that actually works for the people. I'm also very happy that you are focusing a lot of your work in segmenting the population and micro-targeting the population, because that is, I think, a very effective way of doing that. But the other question that I have is also about an issue that you raised today in your presentation, which is about the misinformation or disinformation campaigns. I'd like to know if you can tell us what languages you're tracking the social media activity in, and actually what are the trends that you're seeing in that misinformation, disinformation campaigns that are beginning to take place? Because we all expect them to intensify as the process unfolds, but what are you seeing right now? If it's possible to share some of that.
Sure, I can give a, well, do you want to address the research first? We'll go in order.
Yeah, in terms of once you get access to the partner portal, we actually have the research summary that it sort of captures the body of research that we did. So you can get a little bit more detailed information. But in terms of the low level awareness, it was just across the board. So the percentages would vary depending on the study. So I don't want to misquote a percentage for like Latinos, African American, LGBT, because we sort of lumped we lumped the research analysis based on their grouping of the hardest to count. So the percentages will vary, but I'm happy to give you that research summary, and you'll see that in the partner portal, so you can get a little bit more detailed information. And I'm happy to answer any questions in terms of the theming or how we did the analysis for that research summary. In terms of the findings for the message testing and even evaluation, we will be able to provide and share those findings. We're sharing everything with our partners. This is a collaborative process, so we're going to be providing executive summaries as soon as we get the learnings. The team is working at a very high speed pace, and they're going to be working overnights just because of the timing of the focus groups. But we'll be able to share those findings both for the message testing and the evaluation.
Yeah, with respect to the misinformation question you asked, we are able to identify the census conversation as it results in other languages because the word census is often used in English. But largely our findings are such that any misinformation and disinformation out there right now to date around the census is largely in English. So kind of like the chatbot gets smarter the more questions that asked, so does our ability to track mis and disinformation, because we use what I think of as kind of an old-fashioned system called Boolean queries. You think back to the days of the library, right, when we had card catalogs. So that those Boolean queries are constantly being informed by what we're seeing online. And so you can bet that as it evolves, we'll be right there with it, regardless of language. But right now what we're predominantly seeing is in English, and I'll tell you we're in a little bit of a quiet period right now, which is what we hope to keep it at. I think largely what we saw When we came on board, we did what we called a look back to understand where the conversation around the census was as a foundation. And it was, as you might imagine, the first part of this year largely focused on the citizenship question. Some of that misinformation and confusion does linger, but obviously that issue was put to rest just before we were on contract over the summer. So we're seeing a little bit of what I might call a lull in that space. Something Martha and I and the team have talked quite a bit about is the best outcome for this space is to spend a lot of time and resources making sure we have an appropriate plan and response and hoping to never have to execute on it.
Following up on misinformation,
Sure.
since that seems to be the theme right
Yes.
now. I'm concerned that
There's a request to double check your mic.
Oh, is that? Let me use. Okay. This one isn't. Yeah, thank you. My concern is, and hopefully this is an unfounded concern, is that there could be a coordinated misinformation campaign coming, say, in March, when everything is focused on getting people to turn out, and how do we respond to that? That's something that keeps me awake at night, and I think, and it's not easy to respond to something like that, and it would take significant resources, and is this something that is being considered, and it probably would be something that would have obviously has the most impact on immigrant communities, but particularly on the subset of immigrants who are undocumented, who really are especially hard to count.
Period.
Hard to count. There should be just a separate hard to count population, because it's far worse than most immigrants. And I don't know who's the most appropriate person to answer that.
I'll tackle it at a secretary.
Let me start,
sure,
and then
go
you
ahead.
can
Sure.
clean up.
Absolutely.
And I guess three things. One, it's not, what if? It's happening.
Yeah.
It's already happening. I encourage you to check your Facebook feeds and watch the Boycott California Census stuff that's been going on for some time now. So it's not a hypothetical, it's real, and we do expect it fully to ramp up between now and April and into May, et cetera. Number two, maybe not all the details are fleshed out, but it seems like there's a structure in place, like you said, a decision tree. The specific response will be based on the specific level of observation and threat and impact, et cetera. So some of that's still to be determined, but if our work in the election space is any indicator, the best strategy is getting ahead of it.
Yes.
Not just waiting for the misinformation or the disinformation, nuanced differences but important, to appear that you then have to respond to, but if we can get to most people first with the right, credible, official, reliable information and direct them to resources, most people will know, where to go if they have a question or a doubt.
So just to add to that, that's an excellent foundation, and to build on that, it's really the vetting that's going to be critical, and to explain the nuance between misinformation and disinformation, there is a nuance there. Misinformation is inadvertently spread, confusion. Maybe somebody thinks the census will take, 2 hours to fill out, or they think it's due on April 1st, things that we can correct, and that's where our media partnerships will also be very valuable, because we'll have access to trusted messengers and news organizations up and down California to just kind of set the record straight, or some of the basic census facts, things like it's private, it's safe. Disinformation is calculated, and sadly, in our experience, we see that most coordinated in that dark and deep web space. So you can trust that we are monitoring that. And as I mentioned, the idea is to identify it while it's still deep and dark, and prevent it from getting and bubbling up into the mainstream where most of our HTC communities are.
Right. I guess part of it is also, I would be concerned that it might not just be coming from, the typical fringe communities, but it might be coming from some well-financed sources too.
Other questions, comments?
I know I stand behind, at least they took that lunch slide off. I was like, that's a lot of pressure when it said lunch is next. Thank you for that, whoever's managing the PowerPoint. I have two quick questions. In the earned media, is there an op-ed component to that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I assumed it, but didn't see it, so I wanted to ask. And then just a clarifying question in the research and the phases that you talked about. You're going to do 24 focus groups in phase 1. And then I couldn't tell where the surveys were. Are they dispersed throughout? So can you just sequence that for us?
Yeah. For message testing, we're doing qualitative, which is focus groups. And then for the media evaluation, we're doing quantitative, and that's the surveys. So they're essentially two bodies of research that are happening simultaneously because we're trying to learn sort of like a baseline, and that's part of the pre-survey that will be conducted, and we're trying to get that going in December as well. And then we'll also have the qualitative for the focus groups for messaging. The sample size for the media evaluation, we're negotiating that with our partner that we're bringing on board, so that can look between 1,500 to 2,500. It's subject to change in terms of the timing and also for us to get a baseline. So I just wanted to make sure that I distinguish there's two levels of research and two different methods that are happening there.
And then just again to clarify, so the focus group will feed into the quantitative as well, though, right? I understand there's two tracks, and then who is your partner that is helping on the research on this?
We have two different partners. For the messaging, we have JP Marketing that actually they're here from Fresno. And then for the media evaluation, we have Social Quest that they're down from LA.
And yeah, that to the extent that they're happening in parallel, they will feed each other. Yeah, the phasing is approximately the same.
And then do you have a research firm on, or is it?
These are research firms.
Oh, they are?
They are, both of them.
Quick, can I ask a question? How have you identified the social media influencers, if you've done that, and by, I'm assuming, population, subpopulation?
Yeah, there's so that's happening as we speak, maybe not quite literally, but in this month, where we're working with the state to vet some potentials. We looked at, obviously, size of reach, but more importantly, who are they reaching? Right. So there's no set list yet, but there's a standard vetting process with our media companies. Media company who's driving that budget, that part of our budget to understand who will be most influential for the audiences we're trying to reach, and then comparing notes with the state and the outreach partners to vet it properly. So it's not a list that's ready yet, but when it is, we're happy to share it with you.
Thank
I
you.
will say, though, if I can just underscore a little bit, in terms of social media influences, what we do know based on data, and this is something that we have early learnings from one of our partners, California Endowment, is that any localized sort of trusted messenger is always trusted first, as opposed to a celebrity. The same adaptation will happen to social media. So someone that is very common and has common elements or common likes will be more likely trusted than a celebrity, like just because of the distinction of lifestyles and characteristics.
So is that part of your capacity building efforts at the regional level, is to work with the ACBOs to identify local social media influencers? Because that would be a natural.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, and we talk about social influencers as well as trusted messengers because they both go together, whether it's on a social media platform or lifting somebody's story up in an op-ed or in a spot, right, for television, or being interviewed on the local news because they are the trusted messenger in that region.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for media? All right, if not, thank you all very much. Before we break, we do have one public comment card. Come on up.
I do have a question.
Maybe two.
So, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Euler Torres? From the Rocks Agency? Yes. Okay. We have the microphone.
There we go. Roving
There it
mic
is.
over here.
Hello. Okay. Yo sé que al verme me muestras disgusto y mi presencia te produce enfado. Si te avergüenzas que a buscar te vengan y vas huyendo siempre de mi lado. So my name is Euler Torres, Mr. Padilla and committee members. On the comment of Mr. Bustos, thinking outside the box. Last time I met you guys was with Tigres del Norte. I reached out to Martha and I offered Tigres del Norte and she was like, okay, so what? I needed to do some more follow-up. So what I did is I went across the state from San Diego all the way to Redding. I hit up every single radio station network that's out there, and to my surprise, most of them have not been reached out to. There's one network that has over 37 stations across the state. So I just wanted to put myself out there to create this collaboration when it comes to Spanish media. Speaking on what we've done before, in 2017, we wanted to create the Mexican Coachella, headlined by Tigres del Norte. We had 46,000 people show up. And what made that event successful is we were able to partner up across the board with media, TV and radio. You could hear our spot. It was the same thing from Bakersfield all the way to Sacramento. And that's what gave us that reach. Our Snapchat, we created some Snapchat filters for that event. That thing on 3 days had a reach of over 1 million people, just in 3 days. Then on 2019, we did another event. This time it was called Micha Fest with Univision and other networks. We had 8,000 people show up, and our Snapchat filter had over 300,000 people in 1 day. And then we did our first official census event with Barbara, with Tulare County, that complete count board, and it was a farm worker appreciation festival. Barbara reached out to me like a week before the event. She goes, Euler, I have heard nothing about this event. She was concerned about the attendance, and I go, well, Barbara, we're not trying to target you. We're reaching out to paisas in the farm working community. And for that event, we had 4,500 people show up. And we had Benita with the census. She did a whole bunch of stuff. We had the Dolores Huerta Foundation. So we've been already doing a lot of this work. So what I want to do is just put myself out there as Rooks. Hopefully we can sit down and meet and just give you everything that we've done since we spoke last. And I think with this campaign, we would create the biggest Spanish media campaign, I think at a relative good cost, so we don't have to duplicate. And what Martha mentioned earlier about using simultaneous stations, I'll give you an example. The Modesto, Sherlock area has a lot of people who travel over into the Bay to work. And what they're doing in their cars, they're radio surfing. So as they're radio surfing, and we have access to all the stations, they'll hear it in one station, they'll hear it in the next one, they'll hear it in the next one. Same thing down here in the Bakersfield, down into the LA area. People travel across that mountain. So then we're able, and I've done all that work, so I just wanted to put it out there.
You're with us in LA, you're with us today. You got Marta, I'll give you 5 minutes of her lunch break, but not more than that. So thank you for what you're doing already. Thank you for being engaged.
So we have Eric Payne from the Central Valley Urban Institute.
Good evening, Secretary Padilla.
Not evening yet, just
afternoon, yes. Dr. Martinez and to the other commissioners. My name is Eric Payne. I'm the Executive Director at the Central Valley Urban Institute here in Fresno, California. We came before the Joint Select Committee on the census, and we expressed a number of concerns at that time. And since then, we've gone into mitigation with the state around some of the concerns around hard-to-count populations, specifically those here in rural Central Valley. As you very are well aware that we are the breadbasket of the world, and you've heard from other representatives who have, during their public comment, expressed a need to have ensure that we are reaching hard-to-count populations in the Central Valley, specifically those who are Spanish-speaking. And I did hear from Mercury, we had a conversation specifically around those that live in Black California and those who are underrepresented and hard to count. And so from those conversations, they are more or less the same. And so we have taken a position of watch and see as they begin to roll out these campaigns in the month of January and moving forward. And you will be hearing from us again. So please, thank you for coming to the city of Fresno. We appreciate your time and we look forward to further conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And that's it for public comment on this item.
Hugo Morales again, and I want to speak as the director of Radio Bilingüe. I just want to say that I'm glad that Mercury is taking into account the regional micro media, because here in the San Joaquin Valley, as Mr. Payne has said, there's a rich diversity, African Americans, but also linguistic minorities, as Mixtecos, Triquis, Purépechas, Mixtecos, etc., and of course English speaking. Miguel Bustos told me that he did come in listening to Radio Bilingüe. Thank you. So I just want to say that richness of media is here, and we are community media. Some of the other ethnic media uses commercial channels like the Punjab community or the Asian community, and so we want to appreciate the importance of what the strategy is to use micro media, because here in San Valley is rich on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other final public comment on this item? Again, it's not a formal action item for the committee to take, just for information purposes. Great to see the progress. Thank you very much. This brings us to our lunch break. We're 30 minutes behind schedule. How would y'all feel about shaving a few minutes off the lunch break instead of the full hour, maybe 45 minutes?
Yeah.
Be back in, well,
Sure.
pick up the next item. We have the Yumi half of Humilio with some of that information on iHeartMedia.
I was actually able to look up the community college proposal and also talk to the Vice Chancellor for Communications and Marketing for community colleges. So what they will be doing with iHeartRadio, the question was around what is iHeartRadio doing? The community colleges will be working with iHeartRadio. They're a longtime pro bono partner of the community college system. And so they already have a trusted relationship with the students there. They'll be playing music. And especially for Census Day, April 1st, they'll be doing promotion, working through the Chancellor's office and working to promote Census Day 2020. They'll be doing this with iHeart Street Teams. This is all stuff that I don't quite understand because I'm no longer a college student, hosting van hits and radio remotes on local college campuses, and this is all in the area of traditionally hard-to-count communities. So I think that's
great news.
Sounds really
Thank you
great.
very much. Thank you very much. All right, so we are now at agenda item number 7. We have time allotted for an update direct from the U.S. Census Bureau. We have with us today Luz Castillo, Assistant Regional Census Manager, Community Partnership and Engagement Program.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Padilla and committee members for having me here. Again, my name is Luz Castillo. I oversee the partnership program for the LA region. And today I'm going to provide an update, a brief update on some of the activities that we're doing through the partnership program and some of the resources that we have available for partners. But I'm also providing an update on recruiting, which is very important, and it's something that our partnership program supports. Because it's very important that we hire, that we have the enough candidates that apply for our census enumerator positions. And one of the things that we strive for is to hire people to work in the communities where they live. So we work very closely with all of our partners to ensure that we have a big enough applicant pool so that we're able to have a big enough pool when we need to hire for non-response follow-up. So I'm going to start first with our census timeline. And here in the rectangle, identify the key operations that will take place next year, where we will need to hire census staff. And starting with in February for the group quarters and service-based enumeration operations, going to update leave. Then we have self-response, and the big one is non-response follow-up. And we have estimates in terms of the number of applicants that we think that we will need, but again, it all depends on self-response and what that is. And the goal of our partnership program is to work closely with our partners, increase self-response so that we won't need to hire as many individuals in the non-response follow-up. We believe that we'll get the best data if we can get individuals to self-respond. But again, this is for peak operations. Nationwide, it is estimated that we may hire over 500,000 individuals, which requires an applicant pool of about 2.7 million. We're currently at about 1.2 million. In terms of applicants nationwide. Here I have a map of the Los Angeles region, which is made up of 7 states. And on the right-hand side, you have a list of all the area census offices that are now open. In California, we have 30 offices. These offices are responsible for the recruiting efforts that are going on right now. We have recruiting assistants that are out in the field promoting jobs. In California, it's estimated that we'll need to recruit over 273,000 individuals so that we can have a large enough pool for non-response follow-up. So in some of our initial recruiting efforts, we've had some challenges in terms of areas where we're recruiting either for manager positions, but then, of course, also for next year as we look into peak operations, some areas that have been difficult and we foresee that they will continue to be, and where we ask for your help. And so you'll see some key areas here, Chico, San Francisco Bay Area, and Stockton. And then I have some additional details in the following slides in terms of some of the number of candidates that we still need. So we have this for each county, but here I just highlighted the top 10 counties in California of the number of candidates that we still need to recruit. So for example, you'll see Los Angeles there, in a county with over 10 million population, we still need to recruit an additional 47,334, followed by San Diego, and so forth. So numerically, these are the top counties. But in the next slide, here you'll see the counties in California, and I've only identified the ones where we need 1,000 or more recruits in the county, and you can see what percent we've recruited. So for example, you'll see Marin County, we've only recruited 24.3% of the applicants that we'll need to have, followed by Butte, San Francisco, Sonoma, and so forth. So again, what we're doing is working very closely with our partners. Partnership is helping a lot. Anytime that we're out doing presentations or at any community events, we're always promoting census jobs. We have recruiting assistants that are available to go to organizations to provide information about jobs and guide individuals through the application process. We've also looked at pay rates just to see if there's certain areas where we can increase the pay rates, and some listed here have already been approved for increased pay rates for enumerators. For example, Butte will go up to $18 an hour for enumerators, Sonoma up to $21, El Dorado $18, Placer $21, and so forth. So we've gone through some of these evaluated, look at those pay rates and see if there's things that we can do. We're also working with our media specialists that are really helping us get stories out there about the jobs and creating awareness. And we found that when we do have the support of the media, that our numbers do go up. We're also doing advertising, we're doing social media. So again, we're just continuing to push forward, to continue to encourage individuals to apply, and also letting them know that these are temporary part-time jobs. We feel that maybe sometimes individuals may think that I have a job, and that they may think, they have a full-time job and that this is another full-time job. And it's really going to be temporary, part-time with flexible hours. So we're also looking at our messaging in terms of how we can make that a little bit more clear so people know that this is a way to make additional monies that they may need for something in their household. And so these are some of the recruitment materials that we have available online. They are available in different languages, and this is what we use when we're out in the community just to provide general information. Again, they're available on our website. So we're currently accelerating our recruiting efforts. Again, we'll start making some selections early next year, and then accelerating that as we approach non-response follow-up. So when to apply, that actually the time is now, so that those individuals interested in getting a job can be in our system and ready to go when we're ready to make selections. How to apply, I have the job link here, which is census.gov/jobs. And those are mainly for our field positions, for the enumerators, and even a lot of our area census offices, the clerk positions, and recruiting assistant positions. That is where individuals need to apply if they're interested. We have other positions available, so individuals that are interested in applying for management positions at the area census offices, and then we also have some limited positions for other surveys that we conduct through our regional office, which is the office that remains open year after year, conducting many of our other surveys like the American Community Survey, so we have additional jobs there. So in terms of getting the word out, as I mentioned, we do need your help, given that the census is just around the corner. And some of the ways that we've asked our partners to help is to promote census jobs through social media channels. Also to include census information in your website. You can add banners or include information in your newsletters, e-newsletters, any type of communication that you have with the public to include those messages. Also, anytime that you're distributing promotional materials about the 2020 census, also include jobs information to clients, customers, and members. And as I mentioned earlier, we could also come if you would like to host events. So if you want to invite individuals that are interested in applying, we can have staff come, guide them through the process, answer questions, and making sure that everything gets entered. Again, they're ready to go for when we begin our selections. So now I'm going to shift gears a little bit to just briefly talk about the partnership program, which is the Community Partnership and Engagement Program. In addition to doing outreach, we also help with operations, so you will see our staff very involved, again, with getting information out about jobs and sharing information about some of our other census operations. But one of our key roles is really to be out in the community, engaging the community, providing information about what the census is, talking about confidentiality and how information is protected, identifying those trusted leaders in the community that can better share those messages. They can talk about how being counted will impact them locally, and they can provide those more tangible examples of how their communities benefit from participating in the census. So again, our role is really to be out there. It's on the ground. And we have staff. We use our Roam tool that helps us identify those census tracts with the low response scores that are high. so that we can prioritize our work. We also use the local knowledge. And our view is really that anybody is a partner. Everybody has a role in terms of helping provide information about why the census is so important. So we want to make sure that, for example, if I'm a parent and I take my child to school, that I will get a message about the census there. If I go to my local church, I will get a census message there. If I take my children to the local park, we will get information there as well. If we go to the local community clinic, we will get information there. So really what we call is creating that surround sound of census messaging. And that is what our partnership staff is doing day in and day out. Also attending community events and providing information about the census and just being there to answer questions. So that people understand what the census is, and as it was mentioned earlier, even just to know what questions will be asked on the census questionnaire. I have found that that helps a lot as well to really bring down the fear in terms of just understanding, what questions are there, what do we ask and what do we not ask. In terms of our program, again, we want to leverage trusted voices, identify those community leaders that can really help us get the word out. Early on, our staff was meeting with our local states, encouraging the formation of state complete count commissions. We also met with the counties and the cities, and even with some local community groups that are still forming complete count committees that are very actively involved. Even when we partner with new organizations, we encourage them to be part of their local complete count committees and stay engaged. So here you can see some of the different elements in terms of our community partnership and engagement program. And again, we're just currently really assessing as our team continues to grow. We're assessing where we're at, where we have additional gaps, so that starting 2020, we can really make sure that we fill in all those gaps and then we're ready to go for self-response. Earlier today, Sarah Soto-Taylor talked about how the Census Partnership Program has worked with the state partnership program, and this is one of the success stories in terms of how we work together to provide information about group quarters. So I also wanted to highlight that because it's very important to really communicate and to coordinate efforts. For the census and the state to coordinate efforts, to avoid duplication, and just to make sure that, again, we're all well informed and find ways that we can work together. So this slide highlights our Statistics in Schools program, and it really shows we do have some curriculum for pre-K, for elementary, for middle school. We have high school, we have adult English as a second language and English language learners. All these materials are available online, and they're really more to supplement whatever materials or curriculum is already out there. So we do encourage schools to use these materials. For the pre-K, we have even a census song, we have coloring book, we have a nice reader about the census. And from our headquarters, letters have been sent out to superintendents across the nation. They will be sent out to principals fairly soon. And our partnership program is actually now focusing on working with the schools for what we call Statistics in Schools Week. This will be a nationwide. During that week, we will have activities with schools, again, across the nation. So we will begin planning that, reaching out to schools and making sure that we have events, and again, making sure children understand what the census is, that the parents know, and that they help us take that word to their parents and encourage them to participate. And California is actually, I believe, the only state that has its own curriculum. So we'll be working closely again with our outreach teams to better coordinate efforts. So this is our partnership program staffing for California. I last did a presentation, I believe it was last March or April. So our team has significantly increased in California. We have 2 assistant regional census managers. I'm one of them, and then Michael Hall is my counterpart. We have such a large team that we're both overseeing the program. We have 8 coordinators in California, and I'll share their contact info in one of the following slides. We have 10 partnership specialists here in the state, and we have 233 partnership specialists that are on board, trained, and out in the community building relationships. Also, we want to make sure that our staff speaks various languages, and so here you see the different languages that are spoken by our staff. And then again, we also, for the languages that we do not have, we work very closely with our partners. For example, we're working with leaders in the indigenous communities that speak languages like Mixteco and Triqui, and finding ways of how we can communicate the census messages in their language. So we're not limited by what we have here in terms of what our staff speaks. Again, we're actively partnering with other groups that speak other languages. In terms of resources for partners, the middle slide does have the link to our website, 2020census.gov/partners. And so here we have a whole section on materials that are available, which includes toolkits. We have a recruiting toolkit. There we have web badges, flyers, handouts. We have PSAs, posters for many of the different communities that we're targeting. And some of these materials are also translated into language. Into different languages, and they will continue to be translated. So on a rolling basis, our website is being updated, so we do encourage you from time to time to visit our website and see what is new. Also, what is new is the 2020 Census Mail Contact Strategies Viewer, which was also referenced earlier, so that you can zoom into the areas and see how a particular community will be targeted in terms of being notified or invited to participate in the census. So there in the light purple, for example, is if you zoom in, you'd be able to see what census tract will have the Internet First option. Internet First are those households that will get a letter directing them to the census website. The dark purple are also Internet First, but it will be census tracts that will get a bilingual questionnaire. The light green is Internet Choice. So these are the communities that will get a census questionnaire first. And they will have the option to answer the paper questionnaire, or if they prefer, they could also go online. And then we have the Internet Choice bilingual paper questionnaire. So again, this is very useful, something that we were asked time and time again when we were going to make this information available. So now it's live on our website. And again, you can go and look at your respective communities and see how they will be contacted. We also just made available not too long ago our bilingual questionnaire, so that we can use as we're out in the community talking about the questions. We can now show what the questionnaire looks like, and we can talk about those questions and how they will be asked. The bilingual questionnaires, they're determined at the census tract level, and they're sent to census tracts where 20% or more of the household speak Spanish at home, and those households do not have a member 15 years and older that speaks English very well. Also available on our website now are the 59 language assistant guides. And it's the 59 languages, to clarify. So they're available online in 59 languages. Lastly, I do have here the list of coordinators for California. You have their names with the geography that they cover, their phone number, and their email. Again, we have a large partnership team, so if you ever want to contact our partnership staff, I recommend you start with the coordinator, and then they can direct you to the right partnership specialist that can work with you. Okay. So that concludes my presentation, and now I'm available to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I'm sure there's no shortage of questions around the horseshoe, but let me be the first and ask, you were here for the earlier part of the meeting, and you, I think, heard our brief discussion on the media segment about misinformation, disinformation. Can you talk about what the Bureau itself is doing, is looking for, how maybe will respond to, whether it's disinformation online, or even some ABC cybersecurity measures that we should be aware of, or as we talk to people about encouraging them to participate, the ongoing concern about privacy, confidentiality of their data is always there.
Yeah.
We know federal law exists to protect it, but cyber threats are something different. So on both of those fronts.
So first, to start with the first question about misinformation and disinformation, it is something that Census is tracking, and similar to what the state is doing is a lot of it has to do with social media and seeing what is out there, to see what disinformation is out there and to what level, again, we need to respond to it. So this is something that is ongoing. We also have a page now where members of the public can go to get information or see what is some of that misinformation that's out there. And it could be, for example, I'm trying to remember, I believe one of them was regarding citizenship, and some misinformation that was going on about that it's still on the census questionnaire. So some of the things that we hear a lot, it will be addressed there in that one page. So you can go see whether something is really true or not. We also asking for members of the public to send us information when you do hear misinformation. We now have a dedicated email address, which is rumors@census.gov. So information can be sent to the census so we can get an idea about what's going on out there, what misinformation is being shared, and again, to determine the appropriate level of response from the Census Bureau. But again, we do have a crisis management team that's set and ready to go for anything that does come up. And then the other question was regarding
just cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity. And then again, that's again at the top of the priority list for the Census Bureau, where resources are being spent, and our systems are always regularly being checked because we understand we need the trust of the community to participate. So we're working with experts in the field to help ensure that we can protect the information that comes our way.
Zoe?
Hi, Luz.
Hi.
Thank you to you and to your team for being she's been very good about connecting the staff and doing presentations and so forth. The question I have today is, I'm loving your guide to the 2020 census, this language guide. When I give presentation using this material, they're asking if there's a Word version.
A Word version.
So if you can, I know I'm sounding like a broken record at this point, but if you could, since there's already 59, I think you probably need the Word version to create these versions, right? Because these are produced in PDF. I'd love to get it out in that format. So do you know
Great. I'll check on that and we'll get back to you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
But online currently, yes, we only have the PDF versions.
Yeah, because Word is the most simplest version. If you have computers that aren't, because a lot of people don't have fancy computers with fancy programs, they'll read Word versus PDF, where it may not read as well, and there's technical aspects of it beyond my knowledge, but I just know that Word is just accessible all around. Yeah.
Great. So I'll check on that and get back to you soon.
Thank you.
Sure. Let's start at the end and work our way around again.
Can we start with
Yes.
Just a quick question. The recruitment numbers are staggering. Wow, that's quite a tall order. is there any effort to work through county workforce development departments to really look,
Yeah, so we're already actively working with them and doing regular sessions as well. So yes.
Great, thank you.
Also about the recruitment, you talked about the different positions that many are part-time and short-term.
Correct.
So, and flexible. Can you kind of describe that a little bit more in terms of the amount of time and types of hours?
So for the non-response follow-up, we do want to go to households when individuals are home. So a lot of times that might be later in the afternoon, and it might be weekends as well. When individuals do get selected to work for us, they can let us know their availability. They get a handheld device, and through there they tell us their availability, and we can assign them work based on that. And we've also partnered, for example, with other companies that do the routing, like FedEx, I believe, or UPS, and they help us with the algorithms in terms of when people are most likely to be home, or which also in terms of the routes that we give our staff to help us send staff when we estimate that they may be home as well.
And then the full length of the months that those people would be employed?
So for non-response follow-up, in terms of being selected, I believe that's February and March, but they would come on board to actually start working in May, so May through July. May through July are the peak non-response follow-up times.
Thanks.
But they would come on board before that, go through training and so forth.
A question on the shortfall of enumerators. What are we at statewide? I see that, I assume that the slide that you had up on the counties, these are the ones where we need.
Statewide, we're about 38%. So we have about 102,000 applicants for the state, 102,000. And we're hoping to recruit 273,000.
And so what steps are you taking right now?
Yeah, as I mentioned, one, we have our recruiting assistants, and so we're even having additional recruiting assistants that are being hired as we speak. They are out in the community, attending events, going to partner organizations, getting information out, working with workforce development agencies. Through our partnership program, anytime that we're out in the community, we're always promoting jobs. Also going to job fairs, media, again, paid media and earned media that we're working on, social media. Trying to think if I left anything else out. And also we were looking at the pay rates as well to see if those needed to be raised in certain areas.
Good afternoon, Luz.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good to see you once again. I have, for the moment, 3 questions. One, just a clarification. In the numbers that you presented to us of the number of candidates needed, is that the number of applicants that are needed, or is that the number of positions?
Applicants.
Okay.
That's the number of the applicants that will be needed. With regards to how many we will need, it's difficult to say, again, depending on what the response rates are in certain communities. If the response rate is lower, we will need to hire more people, and some will get a higher response. So these are just estimates in terms of what the applicant pool would be for us to have a big enough pool to hire.
Okay, thank you. So that's one question. Second one, I know we discussed it in the past, but there are also some new committee members and some members of the audience. Could you give us a little brief overview of what the Census Bureau media strategy is, its media spending, what it's investing in? And the third question that I have also, it's something that has been raised in almost every meeting, but if you could provide us some update also on what the community-based organizations, the agencies, whether they're contracted by subcontractors or not, what they might actually be able to do when a client comes to a questionnaire assistance center. What can they do, what can't they do? That has changed over time when we've been asking this question to the Census Bureau. So if you could give us some update for the benefit of those who are new, and then also to refresh my memory as well. That would be greatly appreciated.
So for the media strategy, I'm not prepared to go too in-depth, but as you know, we've conducted a lot of research that's being used in the development process of everything that will be pretty much effective next year. Starting in January, we start our awareness campaign, followed by the motivation campaign. So we have media buys, even our local media specialists have helped and provide a list of local media, ethnic media, and provided that to headquarters to use as they are looking to determine where those media buys will be. The plan is to release the media plan this month. I don't have the details in terms of the exact date, but headquarters will release a media plan soon that will provide a lot more details. So unfortunately, I do apologize, I'm not ready to provide too many details on that today. But in terms of questionnaire assistance centers, we do have some basic guidelines online. Essentially, what we want is to provide individuals the opportunity to come to a place where they can complete their questionnaire. But those that are not census employees, not to be doing the work of an enumerator. So don't enter the information for the individuals, but you provide the tool where they can respond. Based on some of the guidelines that headquarters provided, if an individual does say, I do need help, then it does say that the individual can help. It's just important that they stress that they're not a census employee and that they're just there as a member of the community providing assistance.
Does that mean helping to fill out the questionnaire?
Right, so if once you start helping them out, in essence, you become an enumerator. So that's what we don't want to individuals to do if they're not a census employee.
But if a person asks that they need help because they're illiterate or what have you, then they can do it?
Right, and then you just need to make sure you let them know you're not a census employee, you're here on behalf of an organization, a volunteer, and you're helping them out. Because of confidentiality, you're not protected by law to keep that information confidential.
We'll do a round two.
Okay.
Go ahead. Your turn. Okay.
Just a quick follow-up on the enumerators, the hiring, when you may need them. Did you give a time frame of when they would be undergoing training? If and how much time is that? A 8-hour
Yeah,
day?
the training, they do a full day. They do some self-study for 3 to 4 days, and then they come back for a final day of training.
Is training done in January? Is it done in February? Is it done in March?
I'm trying to remember the exact times, but I believe we start making selections around February, March, and I can get you the exact dates, but they're hired in waves and trained in waves. So there will be a period.
That would be helpful, because I know with some of the folks that I work with, we've brainstormed what other potential sources of enumerators are there. But if there's competition at the wrong time with elections and election administration, but if it doesn't overlap or doesn't compete, then there's some good sources there too.
Right, and I can get you those exact timeframes.
Okay. Regina?
So I think I was told recently that, is there a December 15th cutoff that you guys are doing like a big push right now for some enumerators, or not enumerators, but just different positions statewide?
No, I haven't, in terms of a cutoff, not that I'm aware of. We continue to recruit for all positions, and especially for this, we'll continue to recruit through February, March of next year.
And so what's happening with people? Like, how are they being, because I know that I've had calls from several people who said they applied, but they've heard nothing. And then they told them, hey, go ahead and apply again. So, I want to be able to be helpful. But I want to make sure that people are getting through the process and that they're, what are the cutoffs?
Getting the correct information. So right now, if they've already applied, they do not need to reapply. So that's very important first, that they understand that they can go to their profile and see what the status is, and make sure that they're in the system. In terms of, I'm sorry, what was the other question? One was if they had already applied. Right now, we really aren't hiring any mass numbers of individuals. We finished address canvassing, so we did hire some individuals at that point. Again, it was a temporary position, and even those individuals do not need to reapply. They're already in our system, so when we're ready to hire again, they will be part of that pool. So I think that's one of the most important things to let them know, is that if they've already applied, they do not need to reapply. And once we start our peak operations next year, that is when they should be ready to get the phone calls.
So is there any coordination with the state in terms of being able to help with the recruitment? I don't know if I heard that in any of the other, obviously, presentations where we heard today, but is there any coordination that the feds are doing with the state, whether it be advertising, whether it be whatever for recruitment purposes? Is there any coordination that's happening there?
I know we've been working with Ms. Chris Wagman, and she's been helping us coordinate some efforts across the state and helping promote the jobs. And at the local level, again, our coordinators work very closely with the outreach team to let them know where we're at in terms of recruiting and keep them updated in terms of what are some of the activities that we have planned.
Okay, thanks.
So, just following up on the disinformation, misinformation, you alluded to the fact that one of the things that you've seen, first off, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very informative. One of the things that you have seen is this idea of the census question, of the citizenship question still being on the census, and of course that's not the case. And I wondered if you know what part of the media strategy, the messaging, is around counteracting this disinformation that's still out there, whether it's on social media or just in gossip, to ensure that people understand that citizenship is not any part of the census outreach.
Well, I think a big part of that will actually be at the local level with our partnership staff that are out there engaging the local community. They're the ones that attend the local meetings and do the presentations. And so one of the big things, especially early next year as we gear up for self-response, is really target our messaging about, you know, what is asked and what is not asked, so that people individuals are ready once they get invited to participate in the census. So at the local level, our partnership staff are very engaged, and they will be doing a lot of that to counteract some of that misinformation. And also with the local media as well.
Is Emilio still around? Yeah. Just wondering, or maybe even Sarah, if either one of you or both of you can chime in, as we're organizing and contracting and grantees and we have RPMs everywhere, is this job availability and direction something that we're sharing?
Yes, we made a commitment. Hi. We made a commitment to the Bureau that we would broadcast it in every platform that we have available on our end. And also, as we're going out to talk with partners, we already have partners right now who are actually promoting the jobs available in the regions. So we do have this partnership with the Bureau on the local level to ensure that the job announcements are out.
Okay, and I haven't spent a ton of time on the website that we've tilted up, so I assume there's an element of that there.
It should be on there.
And in our social media rotation?
No, it will be on there.
And our social media rotation? Good, okay.
Luz, I try to keep up, but things are happening in DC around budgets. Is there money for questionnaires? Is it for sure not available anymore for like a brick and mortar type questionnaire assistance center? And then can you speak more, answer to that, and then can you speak more about the mobile units? What exactly is it? Is it like on wheels, or like, if you can help?
Yes. Yeah. So we're still waiting to hear regarding funding for questionnaire assistance centers. What we hear is that most likely it will happen. So there's 3 different types of questionnaire assistance centers. One of them is a partner-led questionnaire assistance centers. as a lot of the discussion has been earlier on about these questionnaire assistance centers. So that's one partner-led. For the census-led questionnaire assistance centers, we have regular questionnaire assistance centers that if funding does go through, we will first, again, work closely with our state outreach team to identify where there's plans to already have questionnaire assistance centers, and then determine where we need additional ones. So we will be focusing on those hard-to-count communities, those low response score areas, to identify additional locations where we can have questionnaire assistance centers. They will be staffed by our recruiting assistant, because by then recruiting efforts will be done, and we estimate that we'll have 4,700 recruiting assistants across the nation that will then transition over to a new position to help with the questionnaire assistance centers. So those, we will start, as soon as we get word of the funding, we will start planning for those. So we will pre-plan. Then what we call the mobile questionnaire assistance centers, those are the ones that once response data starts coming in, and maybe there's an area that we didn't expect to have a low response score or low response, we can quickly mobilize and identify locations where we can go. So it could be in front of a supermarket, or maybe we identify, you know, a local park that's having an event. So we would go to locations where people are, and that's why we call them mobile, because we might just be there for a few hours, but we will be there with our team that will have tablets, and we'll be able to help individuals answer their questionnaire.
Okay, so it's actually not okay, that's helpful, actually. And then how many did you say that you're planning to have
in terms of staffing, 4,700. In terms of number, that's still yet to be determined, but in terms of staffing across the nation, an estimated 4,700 recruiting assistants that will be able to keep longer working in the Questionnaire Assistance Center program.
That's really helpful, thank you.
A request related to the staffing, the hiring. You provided us with information on the top 10 counties in California and the number of candidates needed, and also the counties with the lowest percent of goal recruited. I would really greatly appreciate it if you could provide us the information for all the counties in the state. I think it would be very important for us here in the Central Valley to have that information, how it's going in Fresno County, Tulare County, and elsewhere, and I'm sure the colleagues from other parts of the state as well. So if you could send that to us at some point, it would be greatly appreciated. And regarding the recruitment and training of potential candidates, I briefly mentioned before this session began that here in the Central Valley, the adult school colleagues that we have played a really great role in a number of different things. They've become very actively involved in the 2020 census effort. So there's the Sequoia Adult School Consortium, which covers Tulare County and Kings County, the State Center Adult School Consortium, which covers Fresno and Madera County. They're actively involved in developing curriculum in order to train people who are adult school students to apply for census positions. So if that can also be replicated elsewhere, it would be great. So I'll put you in contact after this ends with those adult school leaders so they can also share what they're doing, because it's a really important contribution that they're making to be able to have more people apply for those jobs. And particularly since the adult school students tend to be also members of the hard-to-count communities that we're trying to reach. So, you know, we're killing two birds with one stone.
Thank you.
Last set of questions on my end. So we know that there's going to be multiple opportunities to participate in the census. There's going to be the online option, for those who prefer that. There's going to be a phone option, and then potentially a paper form option. The paper form isn't going to be the first opportunity. It'll be after, and if I understand correctly, it's only going to be available in English and Spanish, not in any other languages?
So in terms of the language, you are correct. In terms of the paper questionnaire, we do have some communities that will get a paper questionnaire as part of their first mailing. So here is where you see internet choice, the green colors. Those are the areas that will get a paper questionnaire sent to them as part of the first mailing. One, because maybe there's no good internet service in the area, or you may have a community with large number of individuals 65 and older. We also look at data from the American Community Survey where individuals can also respond online. So we look and see in which areas we have low internet self-response. So there's those areas in green will get a paper questionnaire first. And those in the dark green will get the bilingual questionnaire mailed to them first. All the others in purple, the fourth mailing, because we do the first mailing, we do 2 reminder postcards, the fourth mailing. Anybody across the nation that has not responded by then will get a paper questionnaire.
Okay, so for the folks that are not in the green, how do you know whether to send them in English or Spanish on the third or fourth mailing?
We've already identified those. So if you look in the purple, the dark purple, and maybe here you might not be able to see as well, but if you're online, you could zoom in. The dark purple will be bilingual questionnaire for that fourth mailing.
Okay, so instead of instructing people to request it, tell them to just wait?
Wait. Yes, they cannot request.
And the instructions of how to participate by phone will be?
Part of the mailing will provide an insert. They will also have messaging in the 12 other languages with the specific phone number for that language. So they would be able to just call that number and get assistance in that language. They also have the direct link to the to the online questionnaire for that specific language as well.
Okay.
On the, you say that some places are, depending on where you live, you'll get the, you won't have the internet option first, that it will be
a paper questionnaire.
Yeah, be a paper question first. What, I guess one of the things I'm not clear on though is, if for people who were going online first, that would be the first option that would be available before this paper form goes out, right? So, but how about if you're in the area, in an area where it's just the paper form? When does that go out? Does it go out at that time of?
Everybody gets their first mailing. Well, it's actually going to be staggered so that not everybody gets it on the first, but the first mailing will be a paper questionnaire for those that are part of the what's called internet choice.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
And there were some that wasn't even internet choice, right? Wasn't it just you said the paper? Maybe I misunderstood.
So maybe it's just the wording. Internet choice essentially means you'll get a paper questionnaire, but you have the choice to go online if you wanted to respond online.
I see.
It's just you're being mailed a questionnaire as part of your first mailing.
And that'll be the first. It'll be at the same time as
the others get their letter asking them to go online.
That's all. Just the time frame.
Yes.
Thanks. All right. Other questions? If not from the committee, members of the public wishing to speak at this time on this item.
Good afternoon. My first question is for Luz. I'm wondering if you can tell us when the video guides in the 59 languages will be made available.
They're still being reviewed. They're in the review process, so they will be available early next year, but I still don't have the date for that. Only the paper or the language assistant guides are available.
Is there a tentative date or a goal date?
I'm trying to remember. I know it's early next year, but what I could do is write it down and get back to you.
That'd be helpful.
So the video guides. Okay. Dates.
So in Alameda County, we've invested a lot in the recruitment, both staff time as well as developing more explanatory information for applicants. We're happy to share that with anyone that's interested, much more detailed than any kind of handout that we've seen from the Census Bureau. And what we've noticed is that people really need to understand the importance of the census to really invest them in this work. It is a great side hustle or job or gig job to augment your income, but we need to lead with the importance of the census as well. And that's been helpful in our efforts. We're definitely contacting and bringing your staff everywhere to as many outreach events as possible. And another question I have is about the training sites. And there's going to be 3 days in which people who are hired need to do their training modules from their own internet computer. And for applicants that do not have access to that type of, they don't have internet at home, they don't have a laptop, or a library wouldn't permit them to use a computer throughout an entire day, we would like to make available some of our computer labs as we have done for the job application itself. We have cities, we have colleges, we have schools that can open up their computer labs and make that available, but because they're not our employees, we'll need real partnership with you all to make that available. I think that this is going to be vital to hold on to those enumerators. They've gone through the application, they've been hired, they want to do the work, and let's not have one more barrier to participation that they can't do the training. So I think that's going to take some coordination with the Bureau, and we look forward to doing that. I'd also like to talk about QUAC guidance, because as Lou said, that these were guidelines from the U.S. Census Bureau not to provide that particular assistance. We too have the concern about any fraud or anyone seeming to appear as a census enumerator, but we want to uphold ADA, we want to uphold the assistance and really being able to answer the questions for those who need that assistance. We respect confidentiality, that's why all of our QUACs will be in private areas, but I think that we would like the state to provide real clear guidance on what assistance looks like, the do's and the don'ts, and again to recognize that the Bureau's guidelines are not law, they're not any type of prohibition, and our advocates in the disability community have made it very clear that some people will need physical assistance to doing that, and we would really like the state to help our county and all the other counties to have explicit guidance on how to assist. Again, upholding confidentiality and preventing fraud, but also making sure that that assistance is accessible. In terms of the jobs, additionally, we know that Assemblymember Bauer-Cahan passed AB 807, which prevents anyone receiving public benefits by way of CalWorks from having any impact on their benefits if they get an enumerator job. That's really excellent because we want those folks to get access to this work, and it will be a temporary change in their income but not permanent. But we're waiting to get guidance on whether folks who live in affordable housing will also have any change to their benefits if they get enumerator jobs. Because we have a lot of affordable housing partners who want to promote the jobs, but they don't want their residents to lose their housing just because they work for the census. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the public wishing to discuss this item?
I just had a follow-up question for you. In terms of you mentioned the 59 languages. Can we see a list of those languages? Is that available on the?
It's available online, but we can provide it for you as I respond to all these follow-up questions.
Okay,
we can send it all together.
Thanks.
Luz, you're going to have like 3 or 4 follow-ups. Are you thinking maybe emailing Mr. Padilla?
Who would you want me to send them?
The committee staff.
To the committee staff? Okay.
And then make sure all of us.
Members of the committee.
Great, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Great.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here, for all your work and for all this information. We'll be following up. All right. Next on the agenda, similar to what we've done in previous meetings, just a general opportunity for members of the committee to have a discussion, to share what each one of us has been doing individually or maybe plans to do individually between now and the next meeting in a couple of months to help get the word out. Any volunteers? Yes.
because I have to leave in 5 minutes. I'm Keisha, and I'm from the California Child Care Resource and Referral Network, and it's child care issues. I've got 3 hours to get home, and I need every one of those. So, the California's Child Care Resource and Referral System is our state's best kept secret of valuable organizations in every county in California. Many counties have more than one, but every county has at least one child care resource and referral that has been here at least 35 years, and many are approaching their 40th anniversary next year when they were established. And child care resource and referral networks child care resource and referral agencies have strong relationships in their communities because that is where parents come for free. You don't have to go to care.com and pay. You can come to the R&R for free to find child care. And so they have constant contact with parents or any adult who's looking for care for a child, as well as all but 2 R&Rs also are administrators of helping families find help paying for child care. Additionally, R&Rs have strong, consistent relationships with home-based providers, whether they're licensed or not, so family child care providers and family, friends, and neighbors. And so through that, I think as those are very trusted people to families with young children. And so R&Rs are ready and willing to provide all of this information, not only to parents, but to child care providers who can then pass it on to parents, who can then pass it on to all of their households and their families. And so many of our R&Rs are already connected in their local complete count committees, but not all. And I've been working on making that happen now, along with voter registration at the same time.
Great.
So,
I have to leave a little early too, so I'll also weigh in. It is my first meeting, but just really want to commend the staff and the reports we've heard today. It's a tremendous amount of work. Really gratifying to see that and how well thought out everything is. I'm taking 2 lenses to the work and my representation on this committee. One is at the statewide level through the community foundations. It's really wonderful to see 4 different community foundations serving as ACBOs out of 10 regions. I think that speaks to the intermediary role, the intersectional role that community foundations are increasingly playing in the various regions, disparate regions of California. So I plan to connect with those CEOs, and certainly through the League of California Community Foundations provides a wonderful platform for the other 40 or so community foundations serving the state to figure out what the other community foundations are doing, the roles they're playing, how they're working with nonprofits, which tend to be their grantees, obviously, in their regions. The second lens or slice, if you will, I plan to take is in my local community in northern San Joaquin Valley to figure out sort of the triangulation between our local county office of ed, the local complete counts committee, the local county, and the local ACBO to figure out what exactly is going on and how I can, as a member of this committee, certainly serve as a connector to resource and information and referral as well. So that's what I plan to do.
Great. Others?
I'd like to work with staff on looking at issues with our unhoused residents in the state. Maybe we could work to coordinate a statewide opportunity or strategy on that, given the work that I'm doing at Glide Memorial in San Francisco. But also, there may be some opportunities for some unhoused folks in getting some of these jobs to be the numerator, to go and back to the folks who haven't responded. If they're from the community that we're trying to reach, that are the hardest to count, it may be a win-win on many levels for us. So I'll be happy to work with folks on that.
It's great. Yes.
I just want to echo how impressed I am with all of your work and all the reports. It's really enormous undertaking in a very short period of time. So as I've told some other folks on the committee, the biggest takeaway is the diligence with which you all are approaching the work and the very short period of time frame we have to enact it. So what I'd like to offer up in terms of a collaboration, first to Miguel, I am an informal advisor to Health Right 360, which is a health organization in San Francisco that deals with a lot of homeless people and health issues thereabouts. So let's hook up and work together on that. And the other thing that I do, I'm a co-lead of an activist organization, Swing Left San Francisco, and we have a collaboration of all activist organizations in the area. And I've already started to talk to them about spreading the importance of the census and just participating in it with especially underrepresented groups in San Francisco in particular. And then also disseminating, because there are a lot of retired people out there, disseminating information about becoming enumerators and helping out, because I noticed that San Francisco has, 28% hired at this stage, so we have a big upward lift. So that's what I want to follow up on.
Great.
You can go first. You want me to go first? That's fine. I'll be quick.
Well, this sort of wraps up with the housing and the homeless populations. While, I represent an organization that works with veterans, and veterans are identified as a hard-to-count constituency, but really within the veteran community, there's a lot of different constituencies. And the ones who I think are the hard-to-count are those veterans who have experienced chronic homelessness, those in transition, those with mental health issues, poverty, and those general issues. And so and I know that we're lagging on sort of the organization of homeless throughout the state and veterans throughout the state for that matter. And I'm just sort of trying to think of how to tackle that. And homelessness is, it's a weird way to describe it, but homelessness happens very locally in your home area. It's not defined as a home, but, and therefore the people who are the trusted people are extremely localized. And so, how do we coordinate those extremely local communities with these state efforts? So I'm not sure exactly where to go with that. I also, Casey from Alameda, who's just a rock star over there, has pointed up some issues around the counting of the homeless populations, and some of our staff actually went to a meeting that she put together in Alameda that I think are troublesome. It seems to me like there's the group housing, there's the shelters, group quarters, but the actual unsheltered counting it appears to be even less effective than the pit counts for a couple of reasons. One is that the pit counts only count a human being. You don't have to engage in a lot of questioning. And what I learned was they won't let sort of like ambassadors or navigators follow along because of these concerns about who is an enumerator and who isn't. So I think that's an issue, considering just how serious our homeless issues are in so many areas of California that we need to get on top of.
It's a recurring theme that I'm going to ask the staff report back on in the next committee meeting, just how we're coordinating that between state and local and non-governmental partners, because there's not just specific initiatives and outreach contracts that we've issued, but I think even on specific days when the homeless count will take place.
Well, and also just offering to help, because it's not as cookie cutter as some other kinds of areas of the task. So, yeah.
So I'm going to, from my standpoint of running California Black Media, we have trained more journalists, and so We are incorporating all things census. I don't care what the story is about. I've said find a census angle, use census numbers to tell the story. So any stories that are pushed out through our network to our 22 media partners, they have some form of census in it. I don't care if we're just talking about a demographic and we're saying 6% based off of census, census information. So I've worked to figure out how to incorporate that. So we're hoping to subliminally, make sure that people are at least familiar with how to look at this information, and just, having the census name out there. I have just recently had a phone call. It was right before Thanksgiving, so I've got to pick back up on this as it related to the jobs. We did receive a grant, and I have to go back now and ask if I can change some of my direction, because it sounds like there's going to be a need to do some direct push for the advertising around, really targeted advertising. So I plan on making sure that I can put some resources, even if it's small, in social media settings to help get those numbers up in terms of those areas. I know that just even over the Thanksgiving break, I was at church with my mother, and 3 people came up to me saying that they tried to apply, but they hadn't heard anything. So I hope to be able to focus more of California Black Media's efforts on that, helping with making sure that enough people are in that pool for employment.
Yeah, and I'm still, in the process of developing a plan for going forward. But I guess what it would involve would be reaching out to legal service providers, since I have their connections there, as well as some senior service organizations, and I think in particular organizations focusing on low-income seniors and also LGBTQ seniors.
I'm going to go last, so.
I just wanted an addendum to Chairman to your request with staff. Maybe what we can do is when we meet next time, the report out will be on what we've already figured out, and how we've already taken steps to get there. Because if we wait till that time just to get an update on how we're going to figure it out, a lot of time has passed. So I would ask if we could put already action steps, maybe getting the members of the committee that want to work on issues of unhoused folks and figure out some of those cookie cutter or not so cookie cutter things, and then we can come back to show you how we've already demonstrated what we've done.
Right, and we'll work with Sarah and the team to figure out how to do that maybe in the next few weeks, whether it's informal or if the attorneys insist on a more formal conversation and process, then do the committee structure that's still in place that hasn't been overly utilized, maybe we can set something up.
Thank you.
Others?
Okay, all right, so
Sewing, and then Jesus.
Just on behalf of, I wear 2 hats, the labor movement hat and then the SAIU hat. The California Labor Federation has produced a social media toolkit and a PowerPoint for training as we're going into job sites, preparing for the educational campaign to get our members ready to be counted in March. We have sample emails that have already gone out, as well as sample letters, all of this again in preparation for worksite programs that launch in January. For SEIU specifically, we have been working with all of our locals around getting the message out as we're starting to mobilize on some of the campaigns that we are currently on, just as we're having conversations with all of the members and the work sites now, as well as canvassing has already begun. Two of our larger locals have already started to do canvassing for census and other union-related activities. I think for the future, we are really anxiously waiting for the guidelines for the questionnaire assistance centers, because we believe that there's an infrastructure that's already in place that we really want to tap into, and we have the luxury of serving members in some of the real rural areas, and so we're again just waiting to be able to do more on that. And then something else that I can't, and then the recruitment for the enumerators, because we're really worried that we won't have enough folks to be able to canvass, to do the door-to-door on the hard-to-reach population. So those are for the future pieces, but thank you.
So I feel like I live, sleep, breathe census. It's like it takes over your world a little bit here. So at my heart and at closest to the ground, I'm going to individually try to do outreaches to intersectional communities. For example, the one that's placed in here is individuals who are Chinese speaking, who have children with developmental disabilities. Another group I'd like to hit are individuals who are Latino, who are blind and often undocumented. So groups that are in multiple intersections that may not be reached by any one of those intersections. So on the ground, I like to do that. And then I'm involved in the Census Policy Action Network. And I've been engaged with the census staffers themselves to give trainings to disability-related organizations. The last one, I'm actually working to have one of the census staff, we'll partner up to train, to give a presentation on the importance of census to exec directors of the regional centers that serve people with developmental disabilities, and there's 21 of them. So hopefully we go to one of the directors meeting and then we hit, I mean, they serve, I think, over 300,000 individuals at DD in California, so we're hoping to hit. And I'm involved with the statewide disability-related work related to census, along with the SAC, CCC, and also in conversation with our national partner, NDRN, around this work. The little paragraph about what I do, the only thing that I cannot claim is that I am not social media savvy, unfortunately. I should be. I'm probably one of the younger ones, but so not that. But I'm involved in different aspects as it relates to disability related to the census.
The organization that I work for, Central Valley Immigrant Integration Collaborative, has been involved since 2018 in helping to work with local-based committees and organizations in different counties here in the Central Valley to become engaged in the census, to have opportunities for training, to put them in contact with state and federal census officials. At this stage, what we're trying to do is focus on two different tasks. One is to try to promote the idea of regional coordination and collaboration. So thanks to a grant that we have, we're able to put together a series of regional meetings that are bringing together representatives, stakeholders from Region 4 and Region 6. So we have a series of meetings that take place, and some of the partner organizations here have been part of it. And the other, I think, area of work that we're going to be intensifying, because like everybody else, we want to become involved in the census outreach efforts. We're going to be continue to focus on developing campaigns that specifically try to encourage the immigrant population, Latino immigrant population that we work with, to become involved in the census, to participate. At another level of that, to continue to become involved in our statewide networks of immigrant rights organizations, to engage them also in census efforts. So that's part of what we do.
All right, and I wanted to go last so that my remarks can also be a transition to the next agenda item. And then if there's public comment, we'll take both of them together to comply here. But no, I continue to talk about census anywhere and everywhere that my day job takes me, which is a lot of places. So whether it's community events, charity events, colleges, universities, high schools, naturalization ceremonies, anywhere and everywhere. It's register to vote. Don't forget to vote March primary, and census. A couple people mentioned swag and collateral. I'll wear a census shirt every day for the next 6 months if I had enough. Just as another way to continue to put the word out. Social media, all the tools that we exercise. The voter information guide is coming along. I mentioned that in previous meetings. So when you all get yours before March primary, I want you to check it out. Tell me what you think. But the one specific item that's transitioning to the next agenda item for today is, as a result of legislation that was passed this year and signed by the governor, working with the author, the governor's office, Attorney General's office, and others to develop a Census Bill of Rights, which was inspired by, I mentioned this earlier in the meeting, inspired by the Voters' Bill of Rights. So it is in part a communications tool, right? One more thing to talk about. It is in large part a sort of confidence building tool. You know, when in the election space, we hear still too often stories across the country about harassment or intimidation or other forms of voter suppression that we need to overcome to increase participation rates. Well, similarly in the census, we've been trying to talk through some of the general concerns about, well, is my information private or not, confidential or not, et cetera, or impersonating enumerators or disinformation on social, all those sorts of things. And so working with the legislature to pass this legislation for the creation of the Census Bill of Rights, we want to show you what the product is that can then also be used as a flyer to incorporate into your materials or messaging and those sorts of things. So Lizette, can we cue it up? And one of the things that was very helpful on the Voters' Bill of Rights side last year was just before the election day, working with the Attorney General and some other stakeholders, we did 2 press events, one in Northern California, one in Southern California, to promote it. Very well received by the press, especially by the ethnic press. So we're hoping to echo some of that success with this. So most of you have met Lizette by now. If not, you will soon. Lizette is Chief of Operations in the Secretary of State's office and has been my point on census activity.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Was a perfect way to segue into this next topic. Secretary gets to lay out the reasons why and the importance of AB 1563. And I just will provide an overview of what was the intent of the bill. So currently, existing law requires the Secretary of State to include information to educate the public on the census and on the SOS website. While working with the author's office, we realized that more could be done, especially given the timeframes and given all of the concerns related to security. So this is what AB 1563 does. This is authored by Assemblymember Miguel Santiago. This bill will authorize the SOS to work with the California Census Office and the California Complete Count Committee to promulgate a Census Bill of Rights and responsibilities no later than February 1st, 2020. The Census Bill of Rights shall affirm the rights of all Californians to all of the following: to participate in the federal decennial census free of threat or intimidation, to confidentiality of the information provided in the census form, to respond to the census by means of their chosen modality, either electronically, on paper, or by telephone, to request language assistance, to verify the identity of a census worker. The Secretary of State shall translate the California Census Bill of Rights in languages other than English, consistent with the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965, which includes 10 additional languages. The following are the legal ramifications. This bill would make it a misdemeanor for any person to falsely represent themselves as a census taker or to falsely assume some or all of the activities of a census taker with the intent to interfere with the operation of the census or with the intent to obtain information or consent to an otherwise unlawful search or seizure. So with all of this and given the time frame, this bill was signed by Governor Newsom just a couple of months ago. We've been working very diligently with the California Census team, with the governor's office, with the Attorney General's office, and with our partners who helped ensure that this bill passed. Many of them community partners, some of them who sit on this committee. And we wanted to make sure that we had something that we could start working with, and also we had very limited time frames to make sure we could turn something into our voter information guide. And literally within a couple of days of our first brainstorming session, when we sat down and realized we have a bill, we need to figure out how we make this happen and what we really want in it, we realized that the time frames were around the corner. And so what we came up with, the very first step that we have taken is to create this insert for our voter information guide, which we anticipate will reach at least 15 million people. So the bill only said that we needed to put it online and on our website, but based on the leadership that the Secretary has given us, we have been working with other community organizations, and we realized we need to do more and as much as possible to ensure that people understand what their rights are And so this is the draft that we literally worked together and and assembled in about 3 days. It literally was a huge effort, worked with many community partners. Our hope, and this is only the first step, our hope is that we will be able to work with many people, including yourselves, to continue to add to this. So making sure that we have, that you know where you can receive this information, how you can post this on your social media networks, on your web pages, and many more details that we still need to work out with our partners in the governor's office and with you all. But this is the first step. We think it's a promising one, and we hope that by the next Complete Count Committee hearing, we can provide a lot more. That's it.
Is this available on the portal?
This is not available on the portal yet, I believe. It was just placed on our VIG on November 16th, so it has not yet been provided on the portal.
Okay, but we can share it electronically,
Yes.
and when it's available on the portal, we can let people know.
Absolutely.
So if we want to provide input, do we connect with you?
Yes.
Like, I'm just wondering if it's in plain English, whether there's a stripped down word version, whether there's, all that good stuff. Do we just reach out to you directly?
Yes,
or?
please. If you have questions, I work very closely with Laura. I can give you my information directly, or you can receive it through Laura. But yes, as we start moving into the more planning phase of how we make this and roll this out by February, we have a very strict timeline. I would welcome any input you can give us and anything else. And again, this is the first step for us. Thank you.
Questions, comments, feedback? And it will be translated?
Feedback, very good.
Members of the public wishing to weigh in on either general committee comments, commitments, Census Bill of Rights? If not, then I think we did our job well in articulating everything. I know the first half of the day was a little loaded with presentations and Q&A, but it made the afternoon go by a little bit more quickly. Just some housekeeping. Not as we expected. We did not achieve a quorum today, so there will be carryover items for the next committee that require formal action, mainly approval of previous meetings minutes.
Right, the previous meeting's minutes, and then did you want to take up item number 9? the
Item number 9,
report?
general public comments.
It's the input on the
Oh,
report.
that's right. We're not done.
Yes,
We're not done.
We're not quite done.
So in your packets, colleagues, is a draft interim report to the governor as required by law. Not sure if you had a chance to go through and see if the draft covers the tone and tenor of what our activity and deliberations have been. If there's anything significant that may be missing. I'm going to take
We don't need a quorum for that?
to get input.
Oh, to get input.
We can
okay,
discuss
okay,
it, yes.
okay, I thought you were-
To take a formal action, we do need a quorum, so we're not going to be able to take formal action, but since you are all here, maybe we can take a few minutes and get some high-level thoughts.
Right, if you have any input onto the report, you can, Megan Wiley from CCP, who is our note taker and one of the authors of the report, will take that information, and then if you have, after this meeting, if you have other input, you may email me. It will become part of the public record. Whatever you send to me in email for input on that report, it will become part of the minutes, but you may also do that as well.
Well, it says here that the report is due in January, so we won't have another meeting to be able to, you just have to sit it incomplete if that's.
Well, at least that's, I think, as we've done in the past, if we can get, not wordsmithing done here, but just general input, feedback, and empower the committee to take that, the spirit of our feedback, and put it into language that's consistent before it's finalized. We have not decided when the next committee meeting will be, but in all likelihood, January. Not sure if it's early or late, or where, so stay tuned on that.
I do have a comment. I don't know if it's appropriate for the document itself, but going back to one of the observations that I made earlier and a question that I asked the outreach team when they were speaking about the staffing level of the complete count office. If there are still some positions that are vacant that have to be filled and that require the authorization of the governor, I'm wondering if there is a way to expedite that process, because we don't want to have those positions filled in March or April. I think they need to be filled ASAP. So if there is a way of alerting to that, again, because I've seen how significant it is to have a position vacant. When we didn't have the Fresno area regional program manager, it was the last one to be hired, and we didn't have a position. As soon as that person came on board, we began to do a lot of things. So I know there are still, as Emilio pointed out, 1 or 2 positions that are vacant, and I would like to see those filled ASAP.
Absolutely, and we share the urgency with you. Just to also let you know, those vacancies are being filled as quickly as possible and going through the process, the normal recruitment and vetting process. But to assure you that we have brought on board additional resources to support the team. So even though we may have those vacancies, we have also brought on board Richard Heath and Associates, which is a known outreach contractor that we've worked with the state before through the Covered California campaign, through the Healthy Families campaign. So they are really providing a lot of support to our regional program managers as well as our other team members to sort of fill in any of the work that needs to get done. And we also have a project management team in place that's also helping us to make sure that even though we have the vacancies, we are still on task to meet our milestones and providing the support that's needed, if that offers any level of assurances. Thank you.
Questions, comments?
I mean, this report that we're supposed to be talking about, I think, I mean, it appears to just be, you know, a summation of what we've been doing for
Right,
the
it's sort of a
last-
status report,
Okay.
a regular status report to the governor.
So aside from any, like, you know, anything that's actually wrong, like your abilities with social media, that people can send in individually, it's kind of just taking parts of the minutes and
Yeah.
plunking them in. So, I mean, it seems like it's pretty good to go.
You mean what we've just presented? You mean
What they have to do here.
Right. We also just presented that should
Yeah.
be included.
Correct, right, so that'll be added in terms of individual committee members' activities and,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
all right? So we'll circle back before it's final, and at least alert everybody of the timing of delivery to the governor, whether it's before or after the next committee meeting. So any general public comment on the draft report or the previous items that we've mentioned? Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Martinez Saldaña from San Benito County. So if you don't have a location yet for the next meeting, Central Coast. We can host you. There's two comments I'd like to offer. One is a recommendation for again, the outreach that is happening for enumerators to be hired. If college students who are receiving financial aid from the state, perhaps we can explore a waiver so that if there is income that is earned from census work, it would not be something that they would be penalized for. Again, these are students who often are the EOPS students in the community colleges, the EOP students at the CSU and UC campuses, CalWorks students and such. So those are populations that already are struggling, and so if they were to work, that might compromise their financial assistance. So that was one. The other recommendation is, aside from all of the governmental entities and universities and colleges, all those efforts, there's also professional organizations within education that I think would be ideal partners to help with the messaging to make sure that we have the most complete count possible.
And just on that last point, that's not lost on us. It may not be formally in the report, but I know I've had conversations and made presentations to Superintendents Association, the School Board Association, and talked to regents and chancellors and community college presidents. I hear you on the association organization side. All right. Any other members of the public wishing to address this illustrious committee? If not, then I think that winds up our business for today. So it went from being way behind schedule to wrapping up ahead of schedule. So happy belated Thanksgiving to all of you. Thank you to Fresno State for hosting us once again. Enjoy the holiday season. We will be in touch. By the time we get together again, it'll be 2020. All right.